Coverage of the Goodyear 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series at Darlington Raceway. As the race will begin in about a half-hour time, we're going to get our pre-race show in, as we have a lot to cover here over the next 30 minutes before the drop of the green flag for today's race. We'll go through the pre-race predictions, an update on the Fantasy League. We'll do some NASCAR trivia, which will begin here at the very start of the stream in a moment, and then we'll go through the starting lineup leading up to the drop of the green flag for this year's NASCAR Throwback Weekend, as only the Xfinity and Cup Series in action this weekend. Usually for the Throwback Weekends, we've had Truck, Xfinity, and Cup the last several years since the Throwback race has been moved to the Goodyear 400 in the spring. But as far as this year goes, this is our third and final live commentary stream of the weekend, and I think we will have a great race here today. Darlington Raceway always puts on some pretty good performances. Next-gen car, Gen 6, doesn't matter what generation of NASCAR stock car, it seems like they put on some great racing every single time we come here to South Carolina. Welcome to the stream, everybody. For those of you just tuning in for the first time, again, we will start off with our Sporkle trivia. Every NASCAR race weekend for the Cup Series races, we go live a half hour to 45 minutes before we have an actual pre-race. And this season in specifics, we have done some NASCAR trivia every week for the NASCAR Cup Series. This weekend's trivia quiz, Virtue of NASCAR on Sporkle.com, is going to be the NASCAR Darlington throwback schemes from 2015. Now, I picked 2015 specifically because that was the very first race that NASCAR started doing a throwback weekend. Hard to believe that we're already in the 11th year of doing this, but yes, 2015. So honestly, I don't remember this. I remember the race because Carl Edwards won. And I remember, obviously, this would have been on the NBC schedule. First season NBC had NASCAR. They did the throwback weekend. It would have been the Southern 500. So I can kind of remember the finish of the race. I think there was a rain delay along the way as well, but I do not remember a lot of the throwback schemes from that weekend. So going this far, back 11 years now, we'll see how many I can remember. Obviously gives us the list of names of the drivers who participated in that race. 32, I should say, that ended up doing throwback schemes. I guess of the 43 cars that started that race, only 32 of them have throwbacks. So that is why we are stuck with the 32 number. 10 minutes to try to figure this one out this week. And obviously you guys can play along in the chat, try to help me out. Do not Google if you could help it. And we'll see what we can come up with this week. Can we go perfect? We've gone perfect twice so far through the first 7 quizzes this season. Let's try number 8. All right. Brad Keselowski had to have done a Rusty Wallace throwback. Oh, we have to do the sponsor. Oh, no. Honored driver. Do I have to put the first and last name? Rusty Wallace. How did Brad Keselowski not do a Rusty Wallace scheme? Miller Lite. He must not have. Okay, so that's a little confusing because I would have thought that he had that. That's not a good start. Oh, man, let's just throw Petty out there. Yeah, because there's definitely going to be some Petties. Jeff Gordon was probably one. I mean, there's a Gordon throwback every year. Well, Gordon was still racing at this time, so maybe not. Same for Jimmy Johnson because they were still racing. Earnhardt. There wasn't an Earnhardt one. Oh, my goodness. Allison. They were throwing it way back in 2015. Yarborough. This might be the worst quiz we've had yet. Throw Baker in there. Blaney probably did one of his... No, he didn't do one of his dad that year. Jeb Burton probably did a Ward Burton because he does Ward basically every year. Casey Kane would have been in the 5 car at that time. Labonte? No, there wasn't a Labonte throwback that season. Was there a Stewart? No. Gibbs, like for Joe Gibbs. This is tough. Kulwicki. Nothing. There wasn't an Alan Kulwicki throwback either. Oh my gosh. Sterling Marlin? Okay, there's a Sterling Marlin. That was the original Silver Bullet throwback scheme. Is there a Bobby Hamilton? Nope. Hornaday. Skinner. Oh my gosh. Mark Martin. Okay, there was a couple Mark Martins. Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. Ernie Irvan, maybe? No. This is insane. Childress. Again, the quiz this week is 2015 throwbacks if you're just tuning in. Okay, Richard Childress, throwback. Thank you for that in the chat. Throwback schemes from 2015 and specifically that year because it was the first year of NASCAR throwback weekend at Darlington. McMurray? Truex was always throwing it back to himself. No, that not that early. This is tough. Stenhouse, was that the Waltrip one? Wow, no, it wasn't. Was it the Kenseth? This is way harder than I was expecting it to be. David Reagan in the 55 didn't do a Michael Waltrip throwback. What? Yeah, this is a tough quiz this week. Okay, we got to think. Fireball Roberts. Let's go way back in time. Nothing. Weatherly. Nothing. This is insane. Should I just... Yeah, was there a Tim Richmond? No. Budweiser. So it was a Budweiser throwback specifically. So, okay, I was wondering if there might have been a Busch Light. No. Labonte was not on here. Yeah, Harry Gant. Mike Bliss. That's a good one. I kind of forgot I could put sponsors on here. Sam Bass. I went to put Bass Pro. I got lucky with that one. Bass Pro Shops. I guess I could start putting sponsors on here then. So Casey Kane was at Farmers Insurance. But that probably wasn't the throwback to Shell. Pen. Soil. Nothing. Laney was in the Wood Brothers that year. That's right. So that was probably a Pearson. Yep. Oh no, Stenhouse had the Pearson that year. What the heck? Wrangler? Nope. This might be the first quiz we get below average score. This is the toughest one I think we've done yet. Bodine? Yep, Jeff Bodine was the 5-car throwback. McDonald's? No. There was not a McDonald's throwback that year either. Bill Elliott, right? Yep. Okay, so that was Chase. Ryan Newman in the 31. Paul Menard. Menard probably did a Menard's throwback. Yep. Okay, John Menard. Newman. See, the numbers don't even match up with some of these either, so that's kind of tough. Who did Jimmy Johnson do a throwback to that year? Tommy Baldwin? Thank you, chat, for that one. That was the Alex Bowman throwback, which would have been for Tommy Baldwin Racing at that time. Levi Garrett? No. Oh, man. Thank you for helping me out, chat, because you guys are definitely trying to help me get the above average score. Hmm. I mean, it's hard to believe again that this was 11 years ago, but I'm stumped. Yeah, there might have been an AJ Foyt, maybe an Andretti too while we're at it. Yep, okay. Joey Logano had a Mario Andretti throwback that year. Aaron's? Saw that 55 car. I don't even remember my guy Biffle. I don't remember what throwback scheme he would have had. So was that the tail end of his career? Was it like a Musgrave or something? I don't know. We already got Petty, so that was probably going to be the STP throwback. We do have Petty. Ken Reagan. Oh, wow. So that would have been the David Reagan throwback. Yeah, I would have never assumed that. Texaco is a good. Well, that probably came with the Allison because I already put Allison on here. Ricky Rudd? Was there a Ricky Rudd throwback that year? Nope. I mean, there's definitely so many legends we haven't named yet. I've just been going all over the board, but I've been stumped. Ricky Craven. Okay, there was a tide ride with 32 that year. Biffle had the Ortho sponsor. All right. I remember that sponsor. It must have been a throwback for Ortho specifically. So I definitely wouldn't have gotten that. There's no way. I'd be shocked if anybody in the chat actually remembered that and figured that out by Googling it because I do not remember that car whatsoever. No, I don't really remember much of Greg Biffle's last two seasons in NASCAR because they weren't great. I've got nothing for the finish here. Mellow yellow for Larson. I think we already got the Larson one. Yeah, we already got the Larson. All right. GoDaddy Black. I would have never gotten that for Danica Patrick. That was the throwback. GoDaddy Black. All right. No chance. Like, you could have given me 2 hours and I wouldn't have came up with that. Throwback for Wood Brothers Racing for Ryan Blaney. So, I mean, some of these are fairly basic. I guess I could have put Lowe's for Jimmy Johnson. I would have gotten it. I was just trying to think driver specific. So by putting Johnson on there, if it was a throwback to a car he ran potentially, then that wasn't going to work. Martin Truex Jr. Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. I wouldn't have. I remember the car faintly now, but I don't know that I would have came up with that. That's after seeing the name. I can think of it. Pilot Flying J. So these are just naming some of the sponsors on the car. Caterpillar for Ryan Newman. So I pretty much got everything as far as the name goes. I'm not too upset with where we landed. 78%. It was a tough quiz. Haas CNC Racing, which again is just the Kurt Busch sponsor for the 41 car for most of that season. Michael Annett had Pilot Flying J for a lot of his career. I mean, honestly, looking at it, I probably should have thrown more sponsor names up there than what I did. The ones I was throwing up there, I wasn't getting right, though. The Bass Pro Shops one, I did get that. And then you guys helped me with the Budweiser sponsorship when I was kind of fumbling the bag there at the beginning of this quiz. But not bad, not great. We got above average score because I was worried there for a minute I was not going to get the average. And that would have been the first time that would have been the case so far this season. So we at least get above average. So you can go home. You can tell your family that, hey, guess what? I'm above average. So, all right. JoJo, Bam Hall, Tim Fowler, Jimmy Clements. Thank you for playing along. Frank Powers, Duddlebug 5. Robert Goodrich and others, welcome into the stream. Johnny Melancholy, welcome to the stream, and thanks for playing in the trivia this week. 20 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get to 100. Obviously, the race has not yet begun. And that concludes our quiz time for this weekend. Again, NASCAR Throwback Weekend. There's our way of doing a little bit of throwbacking ourselves. We will have more throwback action, obviously not only on the track bringing you the commentary when the race begins, but also with the throwback scheme this weekend for the diecast showing. That'll be at the end of stage 2. Showed a Ryan Blaney throwback diecast that I ended up having from the 2018 season yesterday during the practice and qualifying live stream. But as far as this stream goes here today, I will have another one. Hint, it's a Jimmy Johnson diecast, and if you are a regular viewer of the channel from years past, you might have seen this diecast on a stream before. But as far as this year, I've not shown it so far. Into the prediction side of things, and this will set us up also alongside with the NASCAR Fantasy League. And you can join our NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. If you win the league championship for both the regular season and or the playoffs, we will have 2 separate champions, and that's double the chances for you to win. If you're not in the league already, you're not going to win this year's regular season title because we're already about to be 8 races in, but the points will reset. Everybody will be qualified for the playoffs, and at least you can play along as the regular season continues onward. And we get into the summer months, so that way when the playoffs start, you know how the league works. You pick 6 drivers every week, and then at the end of stage 2, a starting 5 will lock. So there'll be 1 driver you won't end up using of the 6 that you pick before the race begins. If somebody gets into an early incident, drops out of the race, just isn't running as well as the other 5, you can swap them out and try to score the most points you possibly can for that specific week. You can only use the same driver up to 10 times throughout the course of the regular season. Once we get into the playoffs, you can only use the same driver up to 5 times. So it does limit on your way through there. I'll actually go to NASCAR.com quickly so you can see where exactly to join. There's a fantasy tab. You'll click on that. And then Fantasy Live on the left side of the screen as I just clicked. So here's my team for this weekend. I've got Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, and Tyler Reddick. As you see, I've used Byron 5 times already this year. Probably why I'm up towards the top of the point standings. Only 1 point out of first right now in second. Using the guys that are scoring the most points every week. Kyle Larson as well, who comes into this weekend second in the point standings. I've used him a bunch. Guys pushing hard early, and they're going to have to save late. You got guys saving early that are going to be pushing hard late. That's the way our fantasy league goes, and it's kind of fun, especially in the regular season, because you can only use a driver 10 times, and there's 26 races, so you really have to pick and choose when you want to use specific drivers. There's also head-to-head matchups every weekend, 10 bonus points per each head-to-head matchup. This week we got Joey Logano versus Ross Chastain. I have Ross Chastain for that. Denny Hamlin versus William Byron. I've got William Byron for that one. Kyle Busch versus Ty Gibbs. Got Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott versus Bubba Wallace. My pick is Chase Elliott. We'll return to the Fantasy League at the end of the stream and see who ends up ranking the best for this week. Obviously, you can tell who I think is going to run well based on who I picked in my fantasy lineup, but we also have to go through drivers who I don't think are going to run well, and that will lead into our predictions for today's race. So leading things off, we will start off with the don't-haves for this weekend, and the 3 drivers who I specifically am going to pick not to finish inside the top 10. This season, 10-5 record, so about a 66% winning percentage there. 66.7 repeating on drivers who I don't think are going to finish in the top 10 this season. And we're going to start things off, with Alex Bowman. Alex Bowman has 2 top 10 finishes in his last 7 Darlington starts. I mean, not good, but it could be worse. Most often than not, when I do have a driver in the don't have list, it is worst. But this weekend specifically, he has had 0 speed, and it kind of looks reminiscent to Martinsville last week, where he qualified deep in the field, and he was nowhere to be found the whole race. He was a lap down before the end of stage 2. He was running about 30th most of the day, and here this weekend, he qualified 33rd. He was 31st fastest in practice overall. So Bowman has definitely been struggling for speed since that car unloaded this weekend. Hendrick Motorsports as a whole looks a little bit off compared to what they usually would be here at Darlington. I know William Byron's on the pole, but he's the only Hendrick car that qualified in the top 15 for today's race. So again, a little bit concerning. I mean, you would have to expect maybe Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson are going to have good long run speed, so maybe they could get up there and still get a good finish. But Alex Bowman starts very deep in the field, and this already isn't a great track for him. He's led 0 laps here, and only 4 combined stage points in those last 7 Darlington starts, which I mentioned already. He's only got 2 top 10. So stay away from Alex Bowman here today. Definitely a very, very risky pick. Stay away from Joey Logano as well. He's only had 1 top 10 finish this year, and although it was last week, I don't think he's going to go back-to-back this weekend. He was also lacking in practice speed when things unloaded yesterday afternoon. 34th overall there. Qualified 18th, so he picked up quite a bit, but he's still way off from where his teammates are, both starting in the top 10 of Cindric and Blaney, and way off of where they were in practice. Blaney had the fastest 20, 25, and 30 lap average. Joey Logano was nowhere close to that. He's slow in the short run. He's slow on the long run. And I'm sure they're going to try to get the adjustments similar to that of the 12 and the 2 to try to catch Joey up. But even still, I'm a little hesitant to maybe say take Joey Logano this weekend. And again, the lack of success so far this season would show that with only the 1 top 10 finish. Usually qualifies well. And this weekend, he didn't even do that. So stage points are going to be very limited for him, where most weeks you can at least get stage points out of him. That's why he's top 10 in the point standings despite only having 1 top 10 this season. But, yeah, not going to be a good fantasy start. Ross Chastain is going to be the 3rd and final driver on my don't have list this weekend. That was very tough for me to pick the head-to-head between the 2 of them because I have them both on the don't have. But I do have Chastain maybe having a slightly better upside than Joey Logano. No top 10 finishes in all 3 spring Darlington races with Trackhouse with Ross Chastain, which were all obviously in the next-gen era where we've seen that one car compete for wins. Has 5 of them in those last 3 seasons. None at Darlington, and again, no top 10s. He starts 25th today. Practice time was a little bit quicker than that, but he was lacking speed on the long run. I think Chastain's going to have a good short run car because the short run side looks good. Usually at Darlington, we get at least a couple of long green flag runs, and as the tires start to fade, I don't trust that the one car is going to be able to maintain track position even if he gets it if we have restart after restart any one of the 3 stages today. So Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Alex Bowman are my stay away from, don't have picks for this weekend. The 3 sleepers who are the biggest underdogs who I think can be a huge threat for the win today, or an outside threat, I guess, for the win, behind, just the favorites. I'm talking a little too fast here. I got to slow things down. We've got time. They haven't even gone through the national anthem yet. Chris Buescher in the 17 car is going to be our first sleeper pick for this weekend. Obviously, he's very good here at Darlington Raceway. 3 top 10s in his last 4 starts here, and that doesn't include the spring race last year where he was competing for the win with Tyler Reddick in the closing laps, had contact, got forced up against the wall, cut a tire, ended up with a 30th place finish, despite the fact that he was leading laps late and competing for a win. So otherwise, he would have 4 straight top 10 finishes at Darlington Raceway if that wasn't the case, and he was just able to make it to the checker those final 10 laps or so. Qualified 14th, 15th in practice, so he's showing mid-pack speed so far this weekend. He was a little bit better on the long run than the short run. Most of the Fords, I'd say, were better on the long run than the short run. But Chris Buescher is just too good at this racetrack. I don't think he's necessarily going to be one of the favorites for the win out of the sleeper category this week, but I do think he will at least finish in the top 10 and score you some decent points on fantasy. He'd be a good garage pick for this week. Chase Briscoe is a very good pick. He's obviously on my fantasy team, and I don't even think he's going to end up being in the garage by the end of stage 2 on my fantasy team either, because he was very good last season, and he's in much better equipment this year when it comes to Darlington Raceway. Finished 5th and 1st, 2 top 5s in both races last season. Obviously, the win came in the Southern 500, which punched his ticket to the playoffs. And again, that was with Stewart-Haas Racing. He finished in the top 3 in all 3 stages in that race, so he was top 3 the entire Southern 500. Now you put him in great equipment, and what does he do so far this weekend? He qualified 4th, and although he was 14th fastest in practice overall, he was one of the fastest drivers in Group 2 in practice. I believe he was 3rd quickest of Group 2, and you see at the front of the field today, we're in that second group, and Chase Briscoe, I think, could be one of the big dogs to compete for the win. He's probably the most likely of these sleeper picks to go for the win today. Bubba Wallace is another good sleeper pick to have a solid run. I don't have him winning the race like maybe a Chase Briscoe could compete for it, but back-to-back top 3s, momentum is on Bubba Wallace's side, and he was quick so far this weekend. Qualified top 5, one of the quickest cars in his group in practice as he's been the last several weeks. He's just been having fast cars. He's taken care of his car throughout the course of the full race, He's scoring a lot of stage points. He's getting good finishes. Ride the momentum while it's high. He's a good fantasy start because you're probably not going to use him 10 times throughout the course of the season unless he does keep this consistency up throughout, although we haven't seen that in years past. So definitely a good start, I believe, as well. So Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher again are the sleepers for this weekend. And once more, the don't-haves, Alex Bowman, Joey Logano, and Ross Chastain. My three drivers who are my favorites for the win here today: Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and William Byron. And I couldn't really decide between the three of them who I was going to pick for the win. And I'd even throw Chase Briscoe in there, maybe even a Denny Hamlin. There's 4 or 5 guys I can kind of throw a dart at a dartboard. Hardest for me to make a decision on one specific driver to win a race since the super speedways at the beginning of the season. And I only ended up going with William Byron because he was very good on the short run. We don't know what the long run speed looks like. I'm assuming it could be good because Kyle Larson looked good on the long run speed in practice yesterday. Chase Elliott was better in the long run than the short run. So maybe Byron will be better on the long run. But the reason why it's a question mark is because he didn't actually make a stint of a 10-plus lap run in practice. He ran just over 10 laps, and then he pulled off the track, made adjustments, went back out there for a few more laps, came back in, made more adjustments, so never got to see him just take one long continuous run like most drivers do in the 25 minutes that they're allowed to in the group practices. But he was 6th overall. He was the fastest of Group 2 in his practice session, and he qualified on the pole. So again, the short run speed is probably going to be the best of anybody here this weekend. Long run speed is a big question mark, but I'm going to take William Byron for the win anyway. As far as Larson or Reddick, who are the must-haves, you should have them in your fantasy lineups this weekend. Reddick's got 3 top 3 finishes in the 6 next-gen races at Darlington. He led 90 laps in the Southern 500 in 2023, and he led 174 of 293 laps in the spring event last season. Qualified 7th this weekend, and in Group 2, he was very quick in practice as well, top 5 in his group. So look out for Tyler Reddick. Kyle Larson, 362 laps combined that he has led at Darlington Raceway with the next-gen car. 3 stage wins in the last 4 Darlington starts as well. And in fact, actually, those 362 laps led were in the last 4 races, not the entirety of the next-gen in the last 6. So 2023, 2024, 362 laps led, 3 stage wins out of the 4 possible. Top 5 in 7 of the last 8 stages, so that would range through 2021 in his entirety. At Hendrick Motorsports, he's finished top 5 in Stage 1, Stage 2, or Stage 3 all but once. Top 3s at Darlington have been great for Larson throughout his entire career. He has 6 top 3 finishes in his last 12 starts, so that's a 50% clip on that stat line. His only win came in the Southern 500 in 2023. He has not won the 400-mile race here. William Byron, on the other hand, who I did pick to win, has, and that was in 2023. He came very close to winning in 2022. Maybe another reason why I gave the slight nod to William Byron. So very detailed with the predictions this weekend. I was slipping on my speech there early once I slowed things down a little bit and realized that it wasn't cut for time. I was able to spit it out eventually, essentially. And just to reiterate quickly, must-haves for this weekend: Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, William Byron. Sleeper picks for this week: Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace. And the don't-haves, stay away from, not to finish in the top 10, Joey Logano, Ross Chastain, and Alex Bowman. And I did try to rotate the list of drivers in each category throughout the course of the season. I'm trying not to use them more than 5 times. So a couple of them you've heard a couple times throughout the year. Some of them you haven't heard at all. I actually haven't had Ross Chastain on the don't-have list so far this season. And I haven't had Tyler Reddick on the must-have list so far this year either. Actually, no, I did. I did for Coda, but that was it. But those are the predictions. JoJo, Emo, Gene Blevins, Kathy Smith, welcome to the stream as well. Those are some that I did not give shout-outs to. Thanks for Frank, one of the mods in the chat, taking care of the spams. Lady in Black. Yes, we have that. And Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, and the vintage cars out on the racetrack right now, before they'll be heading up to the booth on the Fox broadcast. Visual purposes, today's race will be on Fox Sports 1. Obviously, full flag-to-flag coverage on the commentary side of things, audio side of things right here on KRC. You'll get to listen into the Fox broadcast from time to time. Most of it will be my commentary. I won't be slipping up on my speech as much as I was going through the pre-race predictions. At least I hope. Obviously, I've been up for a little bit of a long time today. We had a work shift this morning, but that's okay. I'm still rared up and ready to go. I've been excited for this one though. All day long, Darlington puts on a good show. Fun little racetrack. Old school to say the least. And I will say, granted, when I went there, they were doing the throwback weekend already, 2020, and it wasn't anywhere near max capacity because I think they only allowed like 8,000 fans or something like that weekend. But it was a limited capacity. I'd like to go back to Darlington again sometime, whether it be the spring or the fall. Honestly, I don't care between the two. I'd like to make it back to Darlington. You walk underneath the grandstands that racetrack, and it doesn't feel any different than going to like a local short track race. It does have that old school feel to it before you even walk up onto the racetrack. And then especially on the case of a spring event, you see all the old paint schemes, throwback paint schemes. That would be pretty cool to see. Luckily, I was able to see that with the Southern 500 that year because they were still doing the throwback weekend on the September date. The only downside of things with the throwback weekend in the spring is the fact that it's in the daytime and not the nighttime. But I'd also argue that the better racing overall, from a pure racing standpoint, would probably be in the day, especially when it's hot and slick like it will be this afternoon.
25th anniversary, they are here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Driver, start your engine!
Well, there you have it. Engines are firing up. I figured I'd unmute it when they were about to give the command. We've gone through our entire pre-race. Last thing to go through before the race begins is the starting lineup for the 2025 Goodyear 400 at Darlington Raceway. And for that starting lineup, we'll kick things off with row number 1, where the 2023 spring winner William Byron will be on the pole for yet another race this season. Ryan Preece is also on the front row for RFK, his first front row of the season with his new team. He finished 12th in the fall race last season at Darlington. And row number 2 will be Denny Hamlin, a 4-time Darlington winner, and Chase Briscoe, last year's Southern 500 winner. Row number 3 will be Bubba Walls, coming off back-to-back third-place runs, and Austin Cindric. In row number 4, Tyler Reddick, who led 174 laps in this race a season ago, and Kyle Busch, the 2008 Southern 500 winner. Ryan Blaney, 36th, 37th in both starts here at Darlington in 2024, needs a big pickup there for this season's race, and Michael McDowell will also be starting with him in the top 10. In row 6 will be Ty Gibbs, who was runner-up last spring, and Todd Gillen, who's coming off a top 10 at Martinsville a week ago. In row 7 will be Carson Hocevar, who was fastest in practice overall yesterday, and Chris Buescher, who has the best Darlington finish of 3rd in 2023. Chase Elliott will be starting in row number 8 on the inside. To his outside will be Zane Smith. And as for Elliott, his best finish at Darlington was 4th in 2020 in one of those 2 spring races. First one specifically, which would have been the race they came back from COVID. In row number 9 will be Christopher Bell and Joey Logano. Logano, a former winner here, 2022 spring event for the Goodyear 400. And Christopher Bell has not won at Darlington, but he does have 3 wins this season. A runner-up last week at Martinsville. He's looking for win number 4 here today. Kyle Larson will be starting on the inside of row 10 as he's the 2023 Southern 500 winner and 2-time Darlington winner and defending winner of this race. Brad Keselowski also in that row. In row 11 will be Justin Haley, who has the best Darlington finish of 3rd in 2022, and AJ Allmendinger has yet to finish in the top 10 in his 13 career Darlington starts. In row 12 will be Austin Dillon, the 2020 Southern 500 runner-up, and Josh Berry, who was second fastest in practice yesterday afternoon. In row 13 will be Ross Chastain, who has the best Darlington finish of 3rd in 2021 with Chip Ganassi Racing alongside Noah Gragson. Behind them in row 14, John Hunter Nemechek, who's only top 10 at Darlington, came in 2020 in his rookie season, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who had a top 10 in 2022 spring event, finished 8th that day. Ty Dillon, Daniel Suarez in row number 15, and for Suarez, 1 career top 10 here at Darlington. That was also in the spring event of 2022. Cole Custer's best finish at Darlington, 11th in 2021. He'll be on the inside of row 16. And Riley Herbst, who makes his first Darlington Cup start today, will be on the outside of that row. In row 17 will be Alex Bowman, who was a runner-up in 2020 spring event. And Eric Jones is a two-time Southern 500 winner, 2018 and 2022. Cody Ware alongside Shane Van Gisbergen in row 18. It'll be the second start for SVG at Darlington in the Cup Series and the sixth for Cody Ware. And ringing up the rear of the field will be Austin Hill and J.J. Yaley. Yaley's third Cup start of the season, first for Xfinity Series regular Austin Hill. He'll be driving the 33 for RCR today. Those are also the only two non-chartered entries for this weekend, and that will make up our full 38-car field for this year's Goodyear 400. We'll take a look at the point standings as well as we continue on with the pre-race. They gave the command to fire engines, but the cars have not rolled out onto the racetrack yet, so we've got a little extra time to kill here. 7 races so far in 2025, and William Byron leads the way in the standings, just 16 points ahead of his teammate, Kyle Larson, and 32 points ahead of his other teammate, Chase Elliott, who sits third, picking up 3 spots after a top 5 at Martinsville a week ago. Christopher Bell up a spot after finishing runner-up last weekend. 35 points back, tied with Alex Bowman, as all 4 Hendrick cars still remain in the top 5. Denny Hamlin, who picked up his first win of the season, will be 6th. Tyler Reddick is 7th in points. 8th for Bubba Wallace. Joey Logano 9th. And the top 9 in points mathematically could take the points lead at the end of today's race. They're all within 61 points, which is the max amount of points that you could score in one race in the NASCAR Cup Series. Ryan Blaney's minus 66 points, rounding out the top 10 in the standings overall. And as far as the playoff picture goes, 5 different drivers have won a Cup race so far this season, 3 for Christopher Bell, and 1 win apiece for 4 drivers, that being William Byron, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and Josh Berry. Further down to the playoff cut line, last 4 in coming into this race would end up being Chris Buescher, Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Ryan Preece, and Michael McDowell will be the first 4 in. First 4 out, Kyle Busch, John Hunter Nemechek, AJ Allmendinger, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. would be 17th through 20th. It's a 9-point gap between McDowell and Busch on the cut line. And again, this will be race number 8 here today. 26 race regular season for the Cup Series. Alrighty. 293 laps, again, our scheduled distance for this event. And our stage splits today will be 90, 95, and then we'll take us to the checkered flag after that, just over 100 laps in stage 3. 107 to be exact. We do have the scrolling Tron at the top of the season, obviously highlighting the top points getters and some of the other statistical categories coming into this race today. Waiting for this part of the season. Oh yeah, this is where the racing gets real good. We've had good racing sporadically throughout the early going of the season, but now that the weather's getting warmer in most areas of the country, not where I live, it's only 40 degrees here, but it's 87 in Darlington, South Carolina. Wish I was there enjoying the weather. It's got to feel like a summer day in most of the areas around the United States down in Darlington. For today's event, definitely the warmest Cup race we've had so far this season. And these drivers are going to be put to the test with the warmer temperatures. That means it's going to be even hotter inside the race car. Makes for a slick race track, which is already treacherous as it is. They don't call it the track too tough to tame for no reason. William Wiley, welcome to the stream as well. I don't think I shouted you out yet. Got just over 50 people in the chat as this race still hasn't yet begun, but we're on the pace laps, and we're getting close to the drop of the green flag. Let you listen into the FS1 broadcast leading up to the start of the green, and I'll take over from there yet again. Make sure I get this caught up so we are exactly live with the broadcast. Make sure I didn't have a lag spike somewhere recently.
Southern 500 winner and Brad Keselowski, last year's winner of this race. Here's Jamie Little.
Like Kyle Larkin's going to have plenty to talk about this weekend. He unveiled his Indy 500 paint scheme, and earlier today he won Best Throwback Paint Scheme for this race. And of course, we talked a lot about it. Brand new pit crew moving forward. Well, he hopes those storylines continue for his on-track effort. And talking to him about the heat of this track today, he said it plays right into his hands. He said the crazier, the more challenging it is inside the race car, the better it is for him. Kyle Larson hoping to get his second win at Darlington. Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, crew chief, what do you got for us today?
Well, Mike, Darlington is one of the toughest racetracks we go to get that handling right, to find the balance between the two ends of the racetrack. You don't want it tight, the front tire sliding, but you don't want the rear hung out, abusing those rear tires. So let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car and let's look at a handling tube under the rear of the car. The Gen 7 car has independent rear suspensions. Look at that anti-roll bar or rear sway bar, and it does exactly what it says. In travel, it resists the roll of the race car. Now, how it hooks to the suspension on the left rear and the right rear are those drop links right there with the hinge joint. Now, how you adjust the stiffness of the sway bar is through those green blades right there. When you turn it straight up and down, that's the stiffest setting. When you lay it on its side flat right there, that's the softest setting. You can adjust it on the left rear or the right rear. There's also 3 different settings in between stiff and soft. Now, again, this tool is used to control the resistance for the roll in the rear of the car. I walked through the garage here, about half the cars are running a rear sway bar. The real improvement in running that is helping the car in traffic, but you have to be careful. You have to keep that car tight because it's going to be turning so good.
Thanks, Larry. 85 degrees is the temperature here. Winds out of the southwest and a lot of big puffy clouds, but no rain in the forecast. The asphalt right now at 122 degrees.
Ooh-wee.
Feels just that in those grandstands. So it's hot today, Regan.
Well, Mike, it is hot today, and you can imagine how hot it's going to be inside of these race cars. I want you to take a look at a little bit of technology here that drivers will be using. This is the cool shirt many of these race car drivers use right now. You see these veins in it. The water actually flows through this. They plug this in when they get into the race car into a device that looks like a radiator. It then cycles the water through, keeping them cool, not only on the front, but as well on the back of their chest. This goes underneath their driver's uniform. This is one of the best things that these guys can have on a hot day like this, but we have seen these things go bad last week. As a matter of fact, 3 of them went bad for different reasons. When that happens, this turns into scalding water inside the suit, and that becomes a major problem for the driver. So keep an eye on that today. While this is very good, if something happens and it doesn't work, it could be a problem as well.
John Reddick wearing one of those suits as he and Riley Herbst walk toward their cars. Here's today's race analysis. 400 miles is today's distance. That's 293 laps, 90, 95, and 108 are the stage lengths, 45 miles an hour on pit road. Here's what some of the drivers expect today.
Yeah, so probably my favorite track in the first bit is Darlington. Love that place. It's one of the toughest tracks I've ever done. I can't imagine 2 corners ever being so difficult.
I would say that one of the toughest tracks is Darlington, because you've changed so much. Darlington has to be one of the toughest racetracks.
Yeah, I'd say Darlington. That's been a place I feel like, the past year and a half, 2 years, no matter how good or bad the car might be driving in practice, I know that we're going to be fast in the race.
All right, Larry has today's Keystone Light Race strategy.
Well, Mike, it's so easy. 4 tires every stop, every chance you get. Split all 3 stages in half, maybe that final stage at 108 laps, possibly in the thirds, and it's about give and take, race to racetrack. This old racetrack is your toughest competitor today.
So, thanks, Larry. Kevin, how much power did that Boss 429 have? That was a real Wood Brothers race engine in both those cars.
Well, we need to take that motor out and put it right in one of these things. That's how much power it had. Those things were awesome to drive, and I just can't believe that they ran as fast as they did in those cars after sitting in there. It's not like anything I've ever driven.
They're nuts, Mike. He went to hit brakes, no brakes. I'm like, hey, buddy, they're throwing brakes on that baby. All horsepower, no stopping with them things. I can't believe we got that opportunity. Felt so good, and he cannot tell you just how much horsepower those have. It's crazy. It blew my mind.
I'm jealous. That looked like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and thank you to the Wood Brothers for letting us drive those 2 historic cars. But that's what this weekend is all about, to be able to show the history and the heritage of this sport, to have those cars and people at the racetrack with the Wood Brothers family. But that goes to almost every team in the garage. So a lot of history in this sport.
Now, most days you can see both of those cars in the Wood Brothers Museum in Stewart, Virginia.
Yeah.
So how about today?
Well, That's the hardest part, Ken. We got to go back to our day job. I'm on such a high from being in those cars. The racetrack, hot and slick. Going to have a workload through the roof today, up by the wall. Everybody out here, Kevin, has talked about tight after practice yesterday.
Yeah, and you have to be patient as a driver. This racetrack, you have to race the racetrack. And I know that you'll hear us say that a lot today. So easy to make a mistake. When that sun goes in and out, you're going to have some handling characteristics that are different. So it's going to be a full workload, like you say, for the drivers.
And it starts right here off of turn 2, very narrow off of turn 2, especially on restarts.
Boys, we're coming to green. That Ford Mustang Dark Horse pace car that
All right, Carl Edwards is going to be the one giving the green flag to the drivers at the front of the field, led by William Byron, today's pole sitter. He'll be on the outside of row number 1. Packed crowd for the Spring Darlington race. Goodyear 400 is underway, and we are racing for the 8th time this NASCAR Cup Series season. Field headed towards turns 1 and 2. A lot of throwback schemes in this Cup Series field here this weekend. We'll spotlight those as well throughout the course of this afternoon's event. Byron clear for the lead up off of turn 2. Really entering turn 1, he was already clear of Ryan Preece, who started in row number 1 as well. Car length and a half to 2 car lengths clear off the exit of turn 4, and the pole sitter Byron will lead lap 1. Nearly side by side for second. Chase Briscoe almost got underneath of the 60 of Preece. Ducks back in line, playing patient on lap 2, turn 1. Couple cars still battling side by side inside the top 10 getting into the first turn before jumping back to single file as they work through the center of the corner. Ty Gibbs side by side with Carson Hocevar for a brief moment off turn 2. That's a battle for 13th. Ryan Blaney with his throwback trying to make a pass on both the 71 and the 45. Started 9th. Makes 2 passes in one corner. Had a chance to clear a Reddick, but wasn't going to be too aggressive with it, and Reddick gets right back to his outside. Battles for 8th between the 12 and the 45. Already just over a half a second lead for William Byron. Side by side, still entering turn 3. Reddick gets the momentum off the high side, but Blaney was kind of hanging that left rear quarter panel for the last couple of straightaways, just able to stay along with him enough before dive bombing into the corner entry in the very next turn, and finally was able to make the pass. The 2 of Austin Cindric making a pass as well into turn 1, moving up to 3rd past Chase Briscoe, last year's Southern 500 winner. Spinner Kyle Larson into the wall, back straightaway. One of the favorites is going to be done on lap 4. Quite a bit of damage to the nose of his race car. That spin took place off of turn 2. And our first domino has fallen already. Wow.
boy, that car's hurt.
Tony the Tiger will be headed to the garage.
Larson was running 19th.
Lost it.
Got out from under him.
Lap 4 off the exit of turn 2. Kyle Larson trying to make a pass on Joey Logano, and on lap 4, he has already crashed out. It didn't look like he made contact with Logano, just trying to make the pass. Car got loose. Tough area of the racetrack. They had a repave a couple years ago in the middle of turn 2. And when you come up off of that repaved section, there's a bit of a bump, a hop, and I'm sure the broadcast is probably going to explain this probably better than I can. But that might have been the exact spot where he ended up getting light with the rear of his race car and couldn't hang on. Usually somebody gets loose like that, the idea is to try to straighten the steering wheel out as soon as you possibly can, feed it up to the wall. But with a car to the outside, he wasn't going to be able to do that. So you're already turning a tighter wheel as it is, and it's a lot harder to make that save. And obviously, even for an experienced driver, one of the greats in the sport today, Kyle Larson, going for a spin. He was in my fantasy lineup, so he's definitely going to the garage already. Make sure I do that before I forget. That was a quick hit to the fantasy league. Larson in the garage. I'll be saving the usage. Front end of that car is all sorts of bashed in. There's no way that car is going to be able to continue. Favorite paint scheme done for the day. A lot of people's favorite paint scheme. Bradley Thomas, Dale Campbell, Troy the Great, welcome to the stream. Bond 1771, Earl Arnold Jr., welcome as well. Ay. Well, see, that's the bad part about having him is the fact that now I'm solely relying on the other 5 in the fantasy lineup. He was one of the must-haves. Did not expect him to get taken out that early. I did not pick him for the win, though. I did take William Byron. And that's going to open the door up for a lot of these other drivers who I would have considered in those 5 names that I mentioned in the pre-race who I thought were the favorites for the win today. One of them's out already, so that narrows it down to 4. And we might see pit stops already despite only having 4 green flag laps on these tires. These teams have quite a few sets for 400 miles. And if you have track position at the front, it'd be tough to give it up, but there will be a difference, even on just 4 laps. Just over 10 laps of green flag action in practice, we saw nearly 2 seconds of fall off. Irene Sayre, also welcome to the stream. Best driver in the world? It's a bummer. Now the race is going to be less exciting. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe if it's your favorite driver, I could see why it'd be less exciting for some people.
Caution flag of the day. Kyle Larson at lap number 4. Denny Hamlin's pit stop. The 2311 cars leaving.
Well, I like this. I always want to be on offense, and that first run of the race is always a little bit harder on the tires with the racetrack clean. Get a quick adjustment on your car, and these guys are going to be able to be on offense and try to go forward.
Ryan Blaney had to back up in his pit stall to leave to avoid this car, the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Regan?
Like, just to follow up on what Kevin just said about being on the offense, that's exactly what Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin's team were thinking right there. They figured they were going to be one of the last cars in line that stayed out on those 3-lap tires and were worried about that, so the option was to put the driver on the offense instead.
All right, let's take a look at what happened to Kyle Larson at turn 2.
Well, you're going to see Kyle Larson right back here. He's going to get those left side tires below those hash marks, and that's in that section. It was before the bump that car took off, and the way that they repaved that section, it doesn't really flow like the banking does. It's much harder to cross. So getting those left side tires on the apron right there, really
banking, right?
yeah, and it's already pretty edgy when you're side by side like that, having to pitch that car down and touching the apron at the same time. Just spun out.
And here's what happened on Ryan Blaney's stop. You can see he stops deep in the box, almost right up to the white line. Right side's done. They come around to the left, and you see the pit board waving for Van Gisbergen, who comes in, and he stopped at the outside of his box. So Blaney has to back up.
Actually did a good job backing up and getting out of there as good as possible.
Yeah, and these cars are super hard to turn when they're going slow. It feels like you got to turn the wheel 3 times. So Kyle Larson to the garage,
Where they can repair that car and come back into the race.
Yeah, I just said right there at the beginning of the race, Kevin, turn 2 is definitely one of the turns that is the trickiest here, especially door to door. Run out of real estate. There's an apron and even the bump now. That bump is massive. It can unload the car as you got wheel in it, spins people out.
and before they repaved that section of the corner, you could use the apron to kind of cheat down the racetrack. And I think that's what Kyle was trying to do, was cheat down the racetrack a little bit to give himself room to Logano. But now that transition of the inside lane and the outside lane are sharper, it makes it much tougher.
So the first of the drivers that did pit is Bubba Wallace, who is 17th. Byron, Priest, Cindric, Briscoe, Bush, McDowell, Balls.
All right, headed to the green. Byron Cindric will be the front row this time around. Green flag is back in the air. Priest, who was in second, is going to line up outside of row 2. Byron gets another great launch on the restart, just as he did the initial start of the race, and is well clear into turn 1. Side by side for second, and 3 wide just in the back half of the top 10. Zane Smith in the 38 trying to make a pass on both Carson Hocevar and Chase Elliott. Elliott holds clear of those 2 cars, though, had the run up the high side. And up the middle goes Austin Dillon, trying to get in between the 2 cars of Zane Smith and Carson Hocevar, and wasn't able to do it. The hole closed up quickly. Chase Briscoe loses another spot on the restart, just like he did the initial start of the race. Lost one to Cindric, and now Kyle Busch gets around him. Briscoe falls to 5th. 34 of Todd Gillen coming off a top 10 last weekend at Martinsville Speedway. Stayed out of the pits, gained some track position with quite a few cars back half of the top 10, just outside the top 10 pitting. And a mix of those drivers on fresh tires versus the ones on old, right in the middle of the pack, and things are getting wild. Right around 20th. They were fanned out about as much as they could have been through the center of 3 and 4 on this very tight and narrow racetrack. Hamlin checked up in line behind John Hunter Nemechek. Capitalization underneath him by Tyler Reddick on the fresh tires, using Nemechek as a pick to get by both the 42 and the 11. All these drivers trying to be the first one on those on fresh tires, trying to get up towards the front of the field. Lap 12 as they cross the start-finish line out of 293, and again, 90 laps in Stage 1. If you're just tuning in early, wondering what happened for that first caution, Lap 4, Turn 2, Kyle Larson spins. He got loose, battling Joey Logano for position. A little bit outside the top 10 from where they both started. There was no contact. Larson just lost it on the inside lane, nosed into the back straightaway wall. Honestly, it looked very similar to how Jimmy Johnson spun at the end of Stage 1 in the Darlington race back in 2020 when he was leading. On the final lap of that stage when he was trying to pass a lap car and just got loose off of that bump on the exit of Turn 2. And car got light. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of other drivers be very, very passive in that area of the track when trying to make a pass going forward if you have a great talented driver like Larson losing control, especially this early in the run, where the grip level, although it's not very high at this racetrack, but it's higher at the beginning of the run than towards the end of the run, especially on the tires and the way they degrade here at Darlington. Logano to the inside of Gragson, right behind his teammate Ryan Blaney, who makes a pass for position as well just in front of him. 1.4 second lead for William Byron out in front of the field. Austin Cindric still in third is 1.8 seconds off the lead. 2.2 seconds back for Kyle Busch in fourth. And Chase Briscoe is 3.2 seconds off the lead in fifth. Byron has led every lap so far from the pole in this race, continues to extend his lead. I mentioned in practice yesterday, at least in the pre-race side of things, that Byron by far had the best short run car. Fastest in Group 2, which was a very heavy and stacked group in practice yesterday. Overall time qualified on the pole. He had the fastest 5 and 10 lap average in practice yesterday. And now he's got the fastest lap short run, obviously, very early going to this race. 29.4 flat is the fastest lap by Byron. That will be a bonus point if it holds to the end. Taylor Gray had the fastest lap of the Xfinity Series race yesterday on lap 3, so it is very well possible that that lap is going to be very tough to beat throughout the course of this race for William Byron. Thomas Roth, welcome to the stream. 2 seconds a lap drop in 10 laps. Cole, you're going to need 50 my way, 50 my... Yeah, 50 your way, 50 my way. They're not putting two different sets of tires on over a 50-lap stint, though. I'd be shocked if we see that many drivers take these cars that far. Knowing that everybody's going to have to put fuel in the race cars at some point in time in each of these stages, splitting them in half is going to be right around 45, and with the caution laps involved, it's going to be even less than 40 now to get to the end of Stage 1. Even the drivers who topped off on fuel during that first caution, it was too early in this race that you still can't make it on gas all the way to the end of the stage, and with the tire fall off once one driver pits, you're going to be able to make that time back up again. We could see two-stop strategies in play. I'm not going to limit that. Maybe more likely in Stage 3 because it's a little longer, but although Stage 3 isn't that much longer than Stage 1 and Stage 2, so we might not even see it there. We've seen it in the Southern 500 in years past, but that race is also an extra 100 miles, making for a longer second and third stage than what we'll see here today. Carson Hocevar earning his Darlington stripe off Turn 4 a couple laps ago. Joey Logano going to get by him in the battle for position just ahead of that 77 also. All in one corner. It looks like the Darlington stripe counter's at 5 already on the Fox Sports 1 graphic that we'll probably see throughout the course of the race today. They didn't show anything like that during the Xfinity race yesterday on the CW, but I'm sure there were quite a few Darlington stripes in that event as well. So nobody that hit pit road during that caution is up inside the top 10 yet. We didn't see any of the very front runners pit, but there were some drivers in the back half of the top 10, like Tyler Reddick, who came in. He's up to 13th. He would be the highest running of those that pitted but he's still not back up to where he was. So not only you burn a set of tires, but you give up the track position. 4 to 5 laps might have been enough time to make up some track position if more cars pitted, but considering half the field stayed out, made it very difficult for those drivers on the fresh tires to try to make the gains needed. If they had an extra 4 to 5 laps, then they definitely would have been able to do it. But with only 5 laps, you run about 5 to 10 on the other side of that run. As soon as we get the restart, the tires are going to even out at that point in time. There's not really going to be much of a difference anymore. And that's where they're really struggling to make up the ground. Turning the car down to the bottom of the racetrack on a more consistent basis, you're having to turn more on the wheel. In return, you're burning the right front up more than what you would be riding the wall all the way around the racetrack, giving a little bit more side force and overall grip through the middle of the corner. You're not turning the wheel as much. You can leave it slightly more open and help preserve and conserve the tires. 3.5 second lead for William Byron already. He's looking like Kyle Larson out there, but Larson's already in the garage. 3.6 seconds, and we restarted right around lap 10, so we haven't gone that many laps into the green flag run for him to get to that big of a lead already. 68 laps to go still in this stage. He looks to be about a tenth or two faster a lap on a consistent basis than the second place car of Ryan Preece. Now it's a 4-second lead. Seems like the longer the run goes, the worse and worse the cars get, other than that 24 leading. Caution is out. Carson Hocevar looks to have a right rear tire flat on his race car. I don't know if that was the cause of the spin or if that was after the fact. And this came right in the middle of 3 and 4. Looked like he was trying to get down to pit road and then lost it, but he is going to go a lap down as the leaders race by, and Carson Hocevar brings out our second caution of the race.
Oh,
Got against the wall first, and then he cut the tire.
yeah. So that was a second time that he hit the wall right there. So that one was much harder than the one off of turn 4. So that probably flattened that tire, Mike.
Hocevar to pit road. We're under caution again.
2 cautions in the first 23 laps on the track. Too tough to tame is deeming tough for a couple of drivers in the early race, knocking them out. I think Hocevar is going to be able to continue. Might have a toe length break with the way he hit the wall off turn 2. Kind of in that weird spot. Obviously, he cut the right rear, but it's possible that the toe link might have broke first and then the tire went flat. Which could have caused the spin leading into the pits even at a slower speed. Everybody should be coming to pit road this time. They ran almost 15 green flag laps during that run, which is way more than the 4 laps we had at the very beginning of the race. I'd be shocked if anybody stays out. There might be some drivers who stay out that would have already used a set of tires and don't want to use a second set this early, but there's an abundance of tires for this race for a reason. NASCAR wanted to try to give these teams a lot of sets for that reason. They'll have even more in the fall when the race is 100 miles longer. John Barber, welcome to the stream. Brett Whitesides, welcome in. Ace Alshire, welcome from Alaska. Matthew Dorter Bruno, welcome to the stream. Got about 90 people in the chat. Appreciate that, everyone. Our light goal is to get to 100. We're already at 42 in the first 25 laps out of 293 here today at Darlington. Thank you all for tuning in. William Byron's led every lap so far from the pole as he will lead the field to the pits.
Carson Hocevar after that spin, I believe, had driven to the garage. No. He driven around, hit the tail of the field. William Byron, our race leader, Ryan Preece, Austin Cedric, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe are the top 5 here. And pit road is open, and it's going to be a busy place. Jamie.
Listening to Chase Briscoe's radio, he won here in the fall. Looking at the sixth today, he said a long run, they're pretty good, but he needs a little bit more for that short run to fire off. It'll be 4 tires for the 19 team. Meanwhile, the 8 of Kyle Busch, he's been happy with this race car. Just wants a little bit more grip on the right rear. They're going to add some air there, 4 tires. Good stop for Kyle Busch. Read it.
60, Ryan Priest running second right now is lacking just a little bit of grip. He needs side bite as well, meaning the right rear tire is sliding more than he wants to as he goes through the corner. And the 24 of your leader, William Byron, has said the balance is good. Gets a little bit too free in 3 and 4 as they run out.
Race off pit forward by and Priest, Busch, Cindric, and Briscoe. Carson Hocevar stayed out on the track. He's out there behind the pistol. And J.J. Yalen. 2 caution flags early in the Goodyear 400.
All right, so William Byron will continue on with the lead, as he's done for the entirety of the race so far. Leading from the pole. Won the race out of the pits by several car lengths. And overall, that just made for a fast pit stop, was the reason why he was able to get ahead that much. There was no lap cars between the top 2 in the running order, despite the distant 4-second lead. That gap would have closed during the couple caution laps leading to when pit road had opened. Obviously, Hendrick Motorsports puts out some great pit crews. Week in, week out, year in, year out. Doesn't matter which one of those 4 teams it is. They're always proven to be very, very good year over year. Godzilla, Legendary 2078, and Patrick Chadley, welcome to the stream. Collection, yes I do. I showed one off yesterday during the practice and qualifying live commentary stream. I had the Ryan Blaney throwback scheme from 2018, and I've got another one at the ready for when Stage 2 comes, and we'll do that die-cast showing as we usually do at that point. Be sure to vote for who you think is going to win the race in our chat poll. I haven't mentioned that at all in the stream yet, actually. 70 votes have been casted already, and we're still very early in Stage 1, so long time still to vote yet. In real time, you're probably going to have a little over an hour. 39% taking other to go for the win, and that'd be somebody other than Larson, Briscoe, or Byron. Only 3% taking Briscoe, who won the Southern 500 last season and ran top 3 the entirety of that race. William Byron, who leads now and started on the poll at 21%. Kyle Larson at 37% of the votes, and now drops to 36. That number will probably continue to drop because, again, Larson is out of the race. So if you voted for Larson and you have the ability to change it, I'd highly recommend changing it because he is not going to win this race anymore. He is out of the race, and I'd be shocked if that car continues. He's in the garage right now. They did tow it back. As long as he stays in the race car, he can return. But there was a lot of damage. I don't know that they can change the front rear clips to the car and send it back out there. Not mid-race, at least. Buescher took 2 tires, probably just trying to gain track position. It's probably not going to work out very well for him, but best thing that could happen is we get a quick caution and lead into more pit stops, and hopefully he doesn't lose too many positions. I'm not sure where he was running before that and how many spots he might have gained by taking 2.
38 laps.
Well, that's tough. When the caution comes out and there's any laps on the tires, you want to hope that your strategy is on par for that long run that's going to happen. The last thing that those guys that came in and pitted the first time wanted to see was another quick caution. So definitely burned a setup that they didn't get their money's worth out of.
So Michael McDowell came in 7th. He's now 13th. Chase Elliott came in 10th. He is now 23rd after pit stops.
Well, we've seen it all year. So much is affected the outcome of the race on pit road. So far today, it's been the same way.
Getting ready to restart. William Byron has led every one of 28 laps so far.
Byron's been clear into turn 1 in the last couple restarts. We'll see if he can do it again. He's got Kyle Busch to his inside this time. Green flag is back in the air. And clear at about the start-finish line. Even better of a restart. Byron's just getting better and better as this race goes on. The more restarts he gets, the more he nails them. 3 wide, Joey Logano. Underneath Ross Chastain, I couldn't tell who was on the outside from that camera angle, but Logano cleared them both. One car up against the wall, and I believe their tire is coming off, and that would be the right front of J.J. Yaley's car in the 44. He's trying to make it back to pit road. It's not intact, but it's still on the car, if that makes any sense. And as long as that tire doesn't slip out from the right front fender, we will stay green if Yaley gets his car to pit road. And it does look like we will stay green. Ryan Preece was able to get by Kyle Busch for second on the restart. Busch falls to third. Chase Briscoe was fourth. Austin Cindric in fifth. Behind race leader William Byron. That is the top 5 with 60 to go. Now 59 laps left in stage 1. Lap 32 of 90 in the first stage. 32 of 293 entirely in this afternoon's event. Sync my TV with yours, so now I'm with you. I appreciate that. Yeah, if there's ever a delay, if you could do that, that would be like the perfect way to probably experience your NASCAR race every weekend right here with KRC. Kyle Busch losing a couple more spots now in the last couple laps. Both Chase Briscoe and Chris Buescher get by him for third and fourth. Busch falls to fifth. Cindric fell back a couple spots on the restart as well from where he began this thing in third. Tyler Reddick back in the top 10 as he was the first of those that pitted during the first caution. Obviously, everybody on equal tires now after yellow number 2. Reddick is in 9th, only a couple spots back from where he started in 7th. St. Smith's been up near the top 10 the entire race, still is. Ty Gibbs, good performance early. Haven't even gotten to the end of stage 1 yet, but he's still searching for his first top 10 of the year. Finally got his first top 15 a week ago at Martinsville where he finished 13th. Busch had a moment off of turn 4. Got a wee bit loose on the exit of turn 4. That's what allowed for both the 19 and the 17 to get by him as quickly as they did. After that moment, though, Kyle Busch has settled in. Denny Hamlin up inside the top 10, making a pass on Zane Smith that last lap. Tight battle for third going on between Briscoe and Buescher as well, within a couple tenths of a second of each other. Buescher with 3 top 10 finishes in his last 4 Darlington starts, not including the spring event last year where he was leading late, pinched up into the wall in a battle for that win in the final 10 laps with Tyler Reddick, caused a tire to go down and finished a couple of laps down in 30th as a result of that incident. He was one of the sleeper picks for today, as well as Briscoe and Bubba Wallace, all of them in the top 7. Byron was the race win pick. He's led every lap from the pole and out in front as of right now. Larson, who was on the must-have pick, is in the garage and likely to end up relegating himself to a last-place finish as a result of that crash all the way back on lap 4. Already to lap 37 now. And the only other driver on the must-have list for this weekend would have been Reddick, who again is in the top 10 again in 9th. And on the don't-have list for drivers to finish outside the top 10, you got Ross Chastain and Joey Logano, who are 15th, 16th, and Alex Bowman, who is from where he started outside the top 30, now up to 22nd, slowly moving through the field. Most positions gained since the last restart. 4 for Josh Berry to 21st. And also 4 of them inside the top 10 for Chris Buescher to get to 3rd. Biggest drivers to move in the wrong direction since the restart. 6 spots lost for Todd Gilliland from 8th to 14th. 5 spots lost for Michael McDowell from 13th to 18th. 6 lost for Christopher Bell as he's mired back in 23rd after restarting in 17th. And William Byron still has the fastest lap of the race, which was right at the very beginning of this race as well. Lap 2, where he ran the 29.404. 7/10 of a second lead and growing yet again for Byron over Ryan Preece, who was in second, just ahead of his teammate Chris Buescher, who just passed Chase Briscoe for 3rd that last lap. Buescher's 3 seconds off the lead, 3.8 seconds back for Chase Briscoe in 4th. Kyle Busch 4 seconds back in 5th. Austin Cindric 4.3 seconds off the lead in 6th. Bubba Wallace is 5.6 seconds back at 7th. Ty Gibbs still in 8th. 5.8 seconds off the lead. 6.2 back for Tyler Reddick in 9th. And Denny Hamlin 6.4 back in the lead in 10th. So that is the top 10. Chevy, 2 Fords, Toyota, Chevy, top 5. Ford, followed by 4 more Toyotas, rounding out the top 10 of the manufacturer race. J.J. Yaley is 9 laps down and still off the racetrack after having that right front tire nearly fall off of his race car on the restart as it didn't get the right front lug secured tightly during the caution flag pit stops. We've stayed green since that restart to this point. Kyle Larson again out of the race. Carson Hocevar brought out yellow number 2 as 1 lap down in 36th. After he had a right rear tire go flat after he had gotten to the wall a second time off turn 2 prior to the spin. 35 cars remain on the lead lap for the moment. And about a half a track difference between the first place car and the last place car on track. So a lot of clean air running for our race leader, William Byron, in stage 1. Nearly halfway through the first stage, you're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not done so yet. We'll take our first break. Already up to 50 likes on the stream. Appreciate that, everybody. Blaney Diecast in the paint shop for cosmetic touch-up. Yeah, I may or may not have dropped the diecast on stream. There's a very, very small chip. It wasn't even a chip. It was more of a, well, I mean, I guess you would call it a chip. Because there was a little bit of silver on the yellow mark right above the splitter. But that was the only thing wrong with it, and it's hardly noticeable. I noticed it because my eyeballs were up close to it, but I don't even think the camera could show exactly how small the scrape was on it, so it was very minor. Cosmetic damages stated in the chat. It could have been a lot worse. Actually, I dropped one of the Car Tomorrow cars that I had ended up buying fairly recent after I bought it, and then the wing came off. I think it was the Elliott Sadler diecast that I have. Yeah, the Elliott Sadler Best Buy diecast. It's on there now, but in the moment, it just fell right off. And I don't even think it landed on the wing when it fell off. I think it landed on the bottom of the car and just popped off. I'm like, well, that was pretty fragile. That part of the car didn't even have to hit the ground for it to break. That was the only part that did break. I've had a good run. I've only dropped 2 diecasts. Whether I take them out, not take them out in the couple years that I've started the collection. So I got a pretty good success rate. Crash rating is very low. 44 laps to go in stage 1 this time by. Halfway through the stage. We didn't go over the Fantasy League point standings when I was highlighting the Fantasy League, so I'll actually do that real quick. I mentioned that I was second in points, 1 point out of first. And I believe we can actually check the live standings as the race goes on. I know you used to be able to. Maybe you can't anymore. Live race standings. If the race were to finish the way it's looking right now, with the exact running order, Hercules Harrigan tied with Nathan Daniel Powers at 193 points. Again, that's currently based off of where everybody is running and who they have on their fantasy league. Our league standings, though, Evan 48-48 leads the way with 1,380 points. Again, a 1 point lead over me in second. Hercules Harrigan is in third, only 9 points back. Still tight because it's very early in the season, 7 races in. A little bit bigger gap back to Monster Jam X10, who is 56 points out of first, but still very much in it. And just beyond that, at 68 points out of first, is P-Shat Motorsports rounding out the top 5. And again, with Kyle Larson out of the race, I'm sure he was in a lot of people's lineups for today. Put him in the garage before the end of stage 2 because he is likely to finish last with no stage points, and it would not be a good start for him, and you'll probably want to use him more times throughout the year. Myself included, as he was on my team. Post-commercial break with 42 to go in stage 1. William Byron with a 1.9 second lead over Ryan Preece. 4.4 seconds back to Chris Buescher in third. Chase Briscoe still in fourth, 6.8 seconds off the lead, and 7.7 seconds back for Kyle Busch in fifth. So the top 5 still remains the same. And the increments in between each position getting bigger and bigger, other than Kyle Busch to Chase Briscoe. Busch is closing in on that 19 to try to get back to fourth the longer we get into this green flag run. Darlington stripe counter is up to 11, according to FS1. I don't know how accurate that may be. It may be flux. It might be like one of those WWE attendance numbers where sometimes they kind of inflate the number a little bit to make it look better than it actually is. Show one of those Darlington stripes from Denny Hamlin in the 11 through 3 and 4 a couple laps ago. The number 11 might have been stripe number 11 on the day. And the car just in front of him got against the wall the next lap in the same corner. Very slippery. We've seen more cars hit the wall, it seems like, in 3 and 4 than 1 and 2. 1 and 2, a faster corner, more sweeping, tighter, shorter, and sharper corner for turns 3 and 4. Got to slow the car down a lot more. Use a lot more brake in that area of the racetrack. With this next-gen car, might see some shifting in that area of the racetrack as well, especially when the tires start to wear out and the lap times continue to drop throughout the run. As of right now, Byron's fastest lap of a 29.404 to his most recent lap of 31.277 has about a 1.8 second fall off. And we restarted just about 20 laps ago. So 20 green flag laps, 1.8 seconds of fall off for the leader. Last lap from Ryan Preece was a 31.6 to his fastest of a 29.4, which was 2.2 seconds slower. So Byron is just cooking the field right now. Kind of looking like Ryan Blaney at Homestead a couple weeks ago, where he was super fast on the short run and seems to have decent long run speed. Now, granted, this is the longest green flag run of the day, and we're barely over 20 laps, so I'll pump the brakes on that a little bit. Wait to see a 40 to 50 lap green flag run first, and then I'll see if that statement is still true. Speaking of Ryan Blaney, he's up to 8th. Moved forward a couple positions since the restart. Let's look to see how many, just to be exact here. 7 spots gained since the restart for Blaney. I believe he's up the most positions. Not shocking if you've seen any NASCAR races in the last couple of weeks, in particular the 2 intermediate tracks we've already ran this year at Las Vegas and Homestead. Although those were 1.5 mile tracks, and there's a 1.3 mile racetrack all labeled under the intermediate racetrack in somewhat similar length. Low grip, high tire fall off. Ryan Blaney has been the guy in those 3 races to have the best long run car. And here he is today working his way through the field. He just gained another position on Austin Cindric that last lap as I was talking about him as well. So Blaney now to 7th. Wallace was able to get by Cindric a couple laps before that, so now Bubba's not that far in front of Blaney as well. And Wallace actually making a pass on Kyle Busch for 5th before Blaney can get to the 23. So Wallace is moving upwards through the field on the longer run as he tries to go for 3 straight top 3 finishes in a row, which I would imagine it would be the longest streak of his Cup career. I don't know that he's finished top 3 more than back-to-back races before. I know he's done it a couple times. Obviously his first this season, being very early in the year. Bell in trouble, down to 28th. Yeah, he's never won at Darlington. I don't know that he's going to win today either. He's about to get passed by Shane Van Gisbergen on an oval. You want to talk about struggle. Christopher Bell is struggling mightily. And it's strange because there's 5 Toyotas in the top 10. Briscoe, Wallace, Reddick, Gibbs. I guess Hamlin was up there. Now he's faded. He's down to 12th. Now going back to Homestead Miami Speedway, the Toyotas seemed like they struggled on the long run minus Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe. And the JGR Toyota seemed to be falling off because Hamlin dropped out of the top 10. Chase Briscoe just lost 2 spots in the same lap to that of Blaney and Wallace. So he's back to 6th. Well, the 2311 Toyotas are kind of either staying put or, in Bubba Wallace's case, moving forward. Wallace now to 4th. Reddick is still in the top 10 and 9th. Ty Gibbs, who was up around 8th, 9th on the restart, he's now back to 11th. So JGR seems like that their tires are burning up way quicker than that of everybody else around them. And they are falling back now that we're about 30 laps into the green flag run. Not good for Hamlin and Gibbs, falling out of an ability to try to get stage points if they're going to remain outside the top 10 in the stage. Keselowski had a little contact with the back of Hamlin getting into 3. Brad wanted to charge the corner. Denny trying to back it up a little more as his tires are falling off, and Brad got into the back of him as he couldn't veer out of the way in time. Luckily, Hamlin was able to keep it off the wall, but he definitely had to slow up even more in the corner than what he was probably initially anticipating. 34 cars on the lead lap. Cody Ware went a lap down recently. Austin Hill at the tail end of the lead lap. 4.8 second difference between first and second place, with 30 laps to go in stage 1. And again, Byron has led every lap in the 2015 Jeff Gordon throwback scheme. Another commercial break on FS1, so we'll go through the full field leaderboard here for the first time today. Again, lap 62 out of 293. William Byron leads. Ryan Preece is second. Chris Buescher third. Bubba Wallace fourth. And fifth is Ryan Blaney. Now actually Ryan Blaney fourth. Bubba Wallace fifth. Passed for position right as I was going through the leaderboard. Chase Briscoe in sixth. Kyle Busch seventh. Tyler Reddick eighth. Zane Smith ninth. And Austin Cindric 10th. Brad Keselowski 11th. Denny Hamlin 12th. Joey Logano 13th. Ty Gibbs 14th. And Todd Gilliland 15th. Ross Chastain 16th. AJ Allmendinger in 17th. Noah Gragson 18th. Austin Dillon 19th. And Josh Berry 20th. Michael McDowell 21st, Alex Bowman 22nd, Chase Elliott 23rd, Eric Jones 24th, and Ty Dillon 25th, Justin Haley 26th, Daniel Suarez 27th, Shane Van Gisbergen 28th, 29th for Christopher Bell, and 30th is John Hunter Nemechek, actually now Cole Custer. Cole Custer's 30th, then John Hunter Nemechek at 31st, Riley Herbst 32nd, John Hunter Nemechek 33rd, Austin Hill, last car on the lead lap as mentioned already, in 34th. Cody Ware lap down at 35th, Carson Hocevar 2 laps down at 36th, and then J.J. Yaley and Kyle Larson out of the race, 37th, 38th. Austin Hill just went a lap down as well, so now 33 cars are on the lead lap as we cycle through. 2 cautions, no lead changes. Byron's led them all from the pole. 9 laps spent under the yellow, just over 40 minutes. You're listening live on KRC to the full flag-to-flag action. Thinking Bubbles will pull a win this year. Well, the way he's running in the last several weeks, might be able to capitalize on it at some point. You keep putting yourself in the top 3 on a consistent basis like that, one will fall into your lap eventually. Gregory Bradley, welcome to the stream. Larson wrecked out. Yes, he did. Lap 4. Turn 2. Trying to make a pass mid-pack on Joey Logano and just lost it. No contact. It's on the inside line and car slipped out from underneath him.
Now the St. Louis Battlehawks right here on FS1. Here at Darlington, South Carolina, 66 of 90 laps in stage 1 have been completed. We've had 2 caution flags. William Byron has led every lap. And here's Henrik Chevrolet. Tribute to Jeff Gordon, who was up on the pit box today. Now behind him, 5 seconds behind him, is Ryan Preece, who started on the outside of the front row. And here's Roush Fenway Keselowski Ford. Preece had 19 laps run in the top 10 here in his whole career before today, in 10 prior starts. For 67 laps, he's been in the top 4 all day.
Well, this is a new Ryan Preece at Roush Fenway Racing. So here's his teammate Chris Buescher. We know that he's been solid. We've talked about his performance here in the past and putting in another one today.
Ryan Blaney in fourth for Team Penske. Blaney restarted 14th. He's gained 4 spots. He is the biggest mover forward since the last caution flight.
And believe it or not, Mike, Ryan Blaney has never finished in the top 5 at Darlington.
We're gonna fix that today, Kev.
Bubba Wallace restarted 7th. He's up to 5th. His Toyota. His teammate at 2311, Tyler Reddick, just about a second and a half behind him. After restarting 11th, Reddick up to 6th. He laps past Cody Ware.
Been a great start to the season for Bubba Wallace. New crew chief.
So Reddick 6th. Kyle Busch next in line, 7th place. Now he restarted 2nd and has drifted back quite a bit.
I think a lot of these guys are starting to drift back quite a bit, Kevin. Seen a lot of guys in trouble.
Yeah, and the worst thing that they want to hear is there's 20 laps more to go. You kind of made your bet at this point as to what your strategy is going to be. And if you're in trouble, your only goal right now is to not get lapped. Because that switch has flipped, and the cars that are bad are really starting to stick out.
Now Zane Smith has done a good job here. Restarted 10th. He is running 8th for front row in that 1970s Long John Silver paint scheme. That's quite a throwback. And there's Brad. Talked a lot about him. He restarted 15th. He's in 9th place.
Well, Brad needs something good to happen. I think that there have been some moments of bright spots as we went through the speedways. Had qualified real well every week, but we see it running well today.
I think he was excited to come to this racetrack. Obviously, a big win last year. This is a track where he can get the ship going back in the right direction for sure. It's doing it.
Austin Cindric conserving right now. Restarted 5th. He's back to 10th. Now, something may be wrong here with the 19. Over the last lap, Josh Berry, Noah Gregson, Austin Dillon all went past the 19 of Briscoe, who's just cruising in the top groove and continues to lose pace here.
Well, that's what happens here, like when you have a car that just shuts off, and with these next gen cars, most of the times when the rear tires go, there's just nothing that you can do other than slow down in order to keep the car going straight at this track.
There's Todd Gilliland going by and Gregson. And very quickly, Josh Berry in the Wood Brothers car, taking advantage of the 19.
He's in trouble with 17 laps to go. That's big time off the pace.
Well, they catch the 2 of Cindric. And that's Kyle Busch going to the bottom and Denny Hamlin closing in.
I mean, I could see 4 or 5 cars on this racetrack, Kevin, that just absolutely look like they're crawling around.
17 more laps in this stage.
Look, I mean, Briscoe, they're just keep stacking up behind him. Cindric's the same way.
Jamie?
Now, this team is just trying to learn exactly what Chase Briscoe needs to go fast at a place that these cars are so different for him. James Small and Street Chief told me they had a great baseline set up for Martin Truex Jr. They always ran well here with them, but they weren't sure exactly. Well, the start of this race, good on the long run, wanted to be freed up a little bit to fire off better. So they adjust on the last stop. Now he's just 2 free guys and giving up a lot of track position.
Well, this part in the stage, not many comers and a lot of goers. Ty Gibbs restarted 9th and is now back to, it was 26th a moment ago when I started that thought. Now it's 20th.
Yeah, 29th actually there, Mike.
Right.
Yeah, he's definitely fallen off the pace, and we see that Briscoe car starting to do the same thing. So really, really difficult portion of the run when you get this far in and your car is not handling well, and it sticks out like a sore thumb.
All right, we're going to take you side by side with 15 laps to go here in stage 1 at Darlington.
All right. 14 to go now at Darlington Raceway, stage 1. William Byron fighting through a nest of lap traffic. Nearly had to go 3 wide middle into turn 1 to get by Carson Hocevar's a couple laps down now, and Ty Gibbs of the 54 who loses his first lap. But Gibbs was in the top 10 early in this run, so his car has fallen off a giant cliff. And as of right now where we run, Christopher Bell's the last car in the lead lap at 29th. and also in danger of falling off the lead lap, and that could be two JGR cars in trouble in the early going. 3-second lead now for Byron. It was as much as 5 seconds. Ryan Preece and some of the Fords, Busher, Blaney just behind them, looking a little better on the long run. Byron's had to get through quite a bit of heavy lap traffic as well at the back of the pack, but his pace wasn't as quick as it once was on the short run. As the drivers behind him in the running order also have to get through the same lap traffic, they are slowing up in their lap times just depending on where they catch them, and obviously where the 24 will get by them as well. How efficiently they're able to make those passes around these already very tight corners and very difficult corners to run side by side in. Not easy to complete a pass at Darlington. 3.2-second lead for Byron then. Chris Buescher's 3.7 seconds off the lead in third. 5 seconds back, Ryan Blaney in fourth. And Tyler Reddick is 8.7 seconds off the lead in fifth. Bubba Wallace in sixth place is now 9.3 seconds back. 14.5 seconds off the lead for Brad Keselowski in seventh. Zane Smith in eighth is 16.3 seconds off the lead. Austin Cindric 19.3 back in ninth. And Joey Logano 19.9 back as well in 10th. So it seems like a lot of the Fords on the long run, we see 3 of them in the top 5 and a lot of newcomers to the top 10 later into this run, like Logano. He's up 8 spots since the restart. Keselowski's up 7 since the restart. Zane Smith is up a few into the top 10 now. And Austin Cindric has actually moved back 5 spots from the restart, but once he fell back to about 8th or 9th, he stayed there the rest of the way through this first stage. So a lot of Fords up there. Only Chevy in the top 10 is the race leader, William Byron. And now his lead's down under 2 seconds as he has side-by-side lap traffic in front of him of Chase Briscoe and Christopher Bell. Again, JGR falling off a cliff. Briscoe was in the top 3 at the beginning of the run, and now he's at the tail end of the lead lap right in front of the leader as his teammate Christopher Bell had just gotten by him. Byron stuck on the outside as Hocevar is trying to get his lap back again. Carson might be on slightly fresher tires than that of Byron. Riley Herbst in the rear view as well. Carson Hocevar side by side with the leader. Slides up right in front of Byron on the exit of the corner. 1.3-second lead now. Byron down to the bottom of the racetrack. Hocevar in the middle, 3 wide with the 19 up high. Up off the exit of turn 4, Hocevar into the wall as he just ran out of room. With the rookie Riley Herbst on his right rear. Second incident for Hocevar today. 3 wide at Darlington did not work. Right there. 8 laps to go in stage 1.
He spun at lap 24 to bring out the second caution of the day. He couldn't go another lap down. He had no chance for a free pass. So what's wrong with that now?
Both tires are flat. I don't think it's as hurt as bad as he thinks. Both front tires flat.
But he had to run the leader as hard as he could because being 2 laps down, had no chance for the free pass, had to try to not lose another lap there when things got just too close.
And the 24 came up the racetrack right there, and the 35 was coming on the outside of the 77 and just ran out of room. Really easy to do at this track.
And look at Preece and Buscher right behind him. I mean, they were catching him. It was going to be a matter of a lap. They were going to be on him. That Byron, that is your leader.
Well, that was quite a break for Bell and Briscoe, who were in danger of going a lap down. Looks like Ricky Stenhouse may be the free pass car here.
Close as it gets for your leader, Byron. That was.
No, the free pass car would have been Herbst, but since he was involved, there will be no free pass.
Well, this has been an odd race right here, guys. This thing has had not much flow. We've seen one long run right there with a lot of cars really tank.
Well, 3 cautions already. We've only had 1 caution in stage 1 in the 3 prior races combined here. 7 laps to go in the stage. We'll probably get back to green, this stage ends.
How's this going?
Oh, yeah, they should.
Yeah, everybody's got to come. But here's what's going to be interesting at the front that's racing for this stage win, for these stage points. If I'm way back in the pack, I'm coming and getting my 4 tires and doing exactly what Carson Hocevar did at Miami. I'm going to ride around real nice and easy and then stay out at the stage end.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, that's what makes these stages so interesting is you the guys in the front, I mean, they want the points and you gotta save the tires and the guys at the back half of the field can do that strategy, but at some point the guys in the front are gonna want the points if they can get them.
I was so impressed with that late run speed out of the RFK cars. All three of them. Look, Keselowski come all the way from, I think, 13th up there to the top 7. Both 2311 cars, Reddick and Wallace are fast. RFK back on it again. So now, do you want stage points? Or as Larry said, do you want to roll around to the end of the stage? What do you want to do here?
Well, I definitely want my tires.
Yeah, of course.
And first and foremost, I want a good pit stop. Get me back out front of that clean air that I had from William Byron.
And it is, I can't even explain to you how much of a handful these cars are deep into the run like that. That is, as a driver, you just want to get out.
All right, pit road's open this time. And here come the lead lap cars. Jamie?
For Ryan Blaney, it has been 5 long races that he has not finished inside the top 10. They just wanted to come in here and have a solid day, and so far, they have accomplished that. Overall, he said the balance is better. Wants to be just a hair tighter, so they'll make a small air pressure adjustment. 4 tires for the 12 machine and the 17 of Chris Buescher. This car is much better than it was in practice. The car just gets better the longer they run. 4 tires, no changes, Regan.
Ryan Priest in the 60 car on the bottom right of your screen. Very good right now. Just needs the right rear to stick a little bit longer on the long runs. In the 24, William Byron said the balance is good. It was actually better than the first run of the race. A little bit tighter, which he liked.
It's on at 1, Byron handling. There's the race off pit road for Priest and Bubba Wallace with a great stop. The Goodyear 400 at Darlington. More Darlington stripes and a further caution flag here.
Well, I think Carson Hocevar is going to be able to continue still. 2 laps down, battling hard to try to make sure he was going to get that lap back before the end of the stage, or at least keep from going 2 laps down completely with William Byron right there. The amount of lap traffic in front of Byron, his lead was dwindled down to about a second. He had as much of a 5-second lead before that. Good news is he's great on the short run. He's been getting great launches on the restart, and now he's got fresh tires with the lead again. So I think this caution might actually work better for him and his chances to win stage 1. Where it probably wouldn't have been that case otherwise. So for the next restart, we're going to have William Byron in the lead. Ryan Priest will be second. Bubba Wallace third. Chris Buescher fourth. Tyler Reddick fifth. Ryan Blaney sixth. Brad Keselowski seventh. And Zane Smith eighth. That'll be the top probably 4 rows. Depending on where exactly they choose coming out of the choose roll when they get 1 to go. And we will have just a couple laps remaining in stage 1. So a little green, white, checkered dash. Green and white checkered flag. Specifically dash to the... honestly, it's probably more like a green, white checker for the stages. Because it's not the same checkered flag they use at the end of the race. That's black and white. That's tradition. The green and white checkered flag, that would be the stage ends. So this is a green, white. Nobody has passed William Byron for the lead yet. He's led every lap. No lead changes. Domination. Though he does not have the best long-run car. A lot of the Fords as a manufacturer and as a whole have a way better handle on the long run. And now that they're up at the front of the field, they might not give as much big of a gap when we get into stage 2 and stage 3 if Byron's able to launch out of the short run as good as he has so far. So we shall see.
It's a rapid process. You are the drivers. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
Ready, go, go, go.
When you think of Darlington, it's similar to Homestead. You got to rip the fence. Darlington stripes are no joke here.
You're gonna get a stripe or two, and you just have to manage your car. You can only get so many.
If you do get a Darlington stripe off the turn two, it generally ruins your day.
But eventually when it comes down to crunch time, that last run of the race, you're gonna have to put it all out there.
That's what Darlington's all about, and the Darlington stripes.
Strike count up to 15 today so far, but it's early. You see Cole Custer restarting back in row number 7. He took only 2 tires to get through these final couple of laps of stage 1. Interesting strategy. Ross Chastain went from 9th to 20th on that stop. Here's the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam for Joey Logano. Here's number 22. They will fire off 10th. Austin Dillon with the Perez Tree onboard camera, and here's Richard Childress number 3. They will go 14th on this restart. And there's Eric Jones in the Kings, number 43. Richard Petty will join us along with Kyle Petty in stage number 2. That's the engine health cam.
There you go.
And the weather tech cam for Shane Van Gisbergen will restart 24th. 35 cars on the lead lap. Carson Hocevar.
All right, headed to the restart. William Byron, Ryan Preece front row, green flag back in the air at Darlington. Byron with another great launch on the restart, clear into turn 1 as Wallace will be battling for second on the outside of Ryan Preece. Preece going to try to slide up, take the 23's line away, but the 23 stays in the gas and now runs very good off the exit of turn 2. Preece going to have to side draft him down the backstretch into turn 3. Also side by side behind them with Reddick and Busher battling for 4th. Preece tight on the door of the 23 again as they keep from making contact with each other for another corner. Final lap of stage 1 at the line for Byron. Drag race into turn 1, nose to nose, 23 in the 60. 23 again still on the outside, the 60 on the bottom. Busher cleared for 4th on Reddick from the high side, and he's got to run after the 2 cars in front of him for 2nd down the backstretch and into turn 3. He's going to go with his teammate. Couldn't quite get to the back bumper to give him a little extra push down the back straightaway. Now we'll go 3 wide for 2nd through 3 and 4 instead. Can he clear up off the exit of the corner? No, he does not. He slides in line behind him. Wallace is going to win the battle for 2nd. That was a great battle for 2nd. They were side by side those final 2 laps. They kept from making contact on a very tight racetrack. But just ahead of him, William Byron wins stage 1 from the pole. He has led all 90 laps so far. 0.3 of a second margin of victory in stage 1 for Willie B. Trying to look for his 2nd win of the season, first since winning the Daytona 500 if he can go to victory lane for his 2nd Darlington Cup race today. Bubba Wallace 2nd in stage 1, Ryan Preece in 3rd, Chris Busher 4th, Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 5. Brad Keselowski 6th, Ryan Blaney 7th, Austin Cindric 8th, Zane Smith 9th, and AJ Allmendinger rounds out the top 10. 3 cautions for incident in stage 1. This is now our 4th caution of the race with the stage break at lap 90. And our longest green flag run managed almost 50 laps in between cautions 2 and 3 so far. 2 green flag laps on a lot of these teams' tires. I'd imagine a lot of them will come to pit road again. Please adjust the background volume. Either they're too loud or you are too loud. Thanks. Are you talking about the race audio specifically for Fox? Or are you talking about my mic specifically? If I just not say anything while they're talking, I think it'll be okay. I think it's when I try to talk when they're talking, the mic peaks out. Because there's too much being picked up on once, or at once. Appreciate the feedback, though. All right, so end of the first stage again. William Byron will win stage 1 here today at Darlington. We'll have a couple of NASCAR Hall of Famers in the FS1 booth for stage 2, as Mike Joy mentioned on the broadcast towards the end of stage 1. 92 votes have been casted for who you think will win today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Running the phone and the TV volume, it's going to be a little off. I'm not sure what that comment is entailing. It's coming from the TV, if that's what you're asking. I've got the chat up on my phone, so the stream audio's muted there. Desperate men do desperate things. Bots are crazy today. Appreciate you taking care of that. Frank and whoever else, moderator-wise in the chat, has been taking care of that throughout the course of the stream. Bam Hall said he won a Roblox race today. Congratulations. Oh, okay, gotcha. TV audio. All right. See how many drivers are going to come to pit road this time. I'm curious. I think we're going to see more drivers stay out of the pits this time than what we saw back in stage 1 when it was about 50-50 and the top portion of the field all ended up staying out. During that first caution, we had 4 green flag laps on their tires then. We only had 2 this time. And those drivers that ended up pitting, I think Reddick only got up to about 9th. And the top 8 were all drivers who stayed out anyway. If you already have a fast car, you're probably going to be able to maintain. Assuming we get about half the field to stay out again, which obviously would have happened before. Well, they're cruising over the walls right now, so might see more drivers come to pit road than what we thought. Maybe some are going to fake. Walls is down towards the bottom, but it was a bluff. It was a bluff. Yeah, few takers just outside the top 10. And then the rest of the back half of the field. So not even as many as we saw the first time.
Got about 12 takers from the second half of the field, including Cole Custer, got 2 tires the last time on pit road. William Byron has led it all so far in Darlington.
I'm surprised even for the drivers in the back half of the field that pitted that they didn't give any reports for them. Top half of the field stays out of the pits. That's the second stage win of the season for William Byron in 2025. As he picks up another playoff point. 7 total playoff points on the year with 1 race win and now 2 stage wins. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. Airing the frustrations of the caution flag during stage breaks. Yeah, I wish they ran it green all the way through. I think a lot of people don't like stage racing for that reason. I don't mind the stage racing and awarding points throughout the course of the race. I just wish they kept it green. That'd be my preference. But, NASCAR, they like their cautions. They like their restarts. So that's a way to implement 2 of them every race. And in the case of the Coke 600, 3 of them when we wouldn't have otherwise seen any. I don't think it's right. It's the way it is, unfortunately. It's hard to believe it's been this way since 2017. Outside of the road course, not last season, but the year before that, 2023, they didn't have cautions on the regular season races and the road courses. And I think the only reason they changed it is because we didn't get enough natural yellows, honestly. It got spread apart, and these cars don't race very well on road courses, especially with the primary tires that we had during the early Gen 7 short track and road courses. They're still not great, but they're better than they were. That didn't help. Too much car control, and there was, 1 caution, and Field got spaced apart. NASCAR's like, nope, this is too much for us. We tried. I think they believe that cautions equate to good racing. I'm convinced that that's what the higher-ups in NASCAR think. All right, we get to this next restart here. We are going to have the beginning of stage 2 upon us. And again, only about 12 cars came to pit road during that last caution. We're currently at lap 96 of 293 in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. A lot of racing still to go here this afternoon. Can anybody beat the 24 of William Byron, who has led every lap in the race today? When I say every lap, I mean literally every lap. From the pole, he's won the race off of pit road every time. We haven't had green flag pit stops. That's where we could see cycling that could break up Byron's streak of leading the most laps. Or leading every lap, I guess, at this rate. Average running position of 1. 1.0. He has not been passed once. "44 times in this race, he's had the fastest lap. Through 97 under green. Well, 97, but not all under green, I should say. 44 is quite a bit. Richard and Kyle Petty in the booth for stage 2. You listen in a little bit later on into the broadcast. Get through this next restart first. Sure, we'll get some cool stories throughout the course of the race. All right, so the top half dozen for the next restart. We'll have William Byron in the lead. Well, actually, we'll go through the top 10. Well, I guess I did already for the stage points. This seems like an awfully long caution during the stage yellow. 8 laps. William Byron will lead on the restart. Bubba Wallace will be with him. Would have been in second, but he's going to be outside of row 2. So inside of row 1 will be Ryan Preece, who was third at the end of the last stage. Then row 2 will be Reddick and Wallace. Row 3 will be Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher. All right, green flag back in the air. Stage 2 is underway. Lap 99, William Byron out in front of the field again before entering turn 1. Inside just can't get the launch, no matter who's down there, in comparison to the 24. Wallace is going to break free off the exit of turn 2 and not have to be in a side-by-side battle for a couple of laps like he was the last restart. Big slow up off turn 2 around the RCR Chevys of Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon. They split 3 wide trying to get by Noah Gragson. SVG nearly squeezed in the wall in the middle of 3 and 4. He was 3 wide right around where he was in the middle of the pack also. Slingshot move for Austin Dillon. Gets one of his spots back on Joey Logano. But he couldn't clear up in time entering turn 1, and Logano gets right back by him on the outside immediately after Dillon tried the crossover attempt. Dillon struggling to get up off of turn 2 again. Couldn't get back into the outside line behind Logano quickly and lost a couple more spots. Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick battling for 4th. Reddick out in front of the 12 for now. 17 is right there also. And we saw a lot of cars a little bit better than Byron on the long run when we got 30-plus laps in. And although they were quicker on the lap time side of things, lap over lap, they really got quicker as Byron approached heavier lap traffic. So is it going to take the heavy lap traffic for the pack to catch up this time? Or are they going to be able to just overall manage their tires better? Would be the next question. Byron still holds the fastest lap of the race, which was set on lap 2, that 29.404. So he's still on pace for the max points day if he can win stage 2 and win the race as well. I'll say my pick is looking pretty good. Because I took Byron. And I'm concerned for the long run speed with the Fords that are now up in the top 5. Although Priest and Buscher were up in the top 5 for most of that last run, too. We haven't seen Blaney in the top 5 until the very end of the last stage. So him restarting in 5th, this could be a little bit better for him. Bubba Wallace was looking good on the long run, too, that last run. I know I was talking about the Fords, but I'd say Wallace has the best Toyota in the field. 23-11 between himself and Tyler Reddick in the top 5. No other Toyotas in the top 10. And although we had quite a few qualify up there, like Ty Gibbs and Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin was up in the top 10 for a little bit. As that 50-lap green flag run went on in stage 1, those 3 dropped like a rock, 2 of which ended the entirety of stage 1. He was the last guy on the lead lap when the Carson Hocevar and Riley Herbst caution came out, and that bailed both him and Briscoe out from going a lap down, along with Ty Gibbs. Several cars were able to take the wave around and get their lap back with the quick caution of the stage break as well. So we're back to 35 cars on the lead lap. The drivers who would have taken the wave around during the second to last yellow would have included Cole Custer, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Dillon, Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, and Austin Hill. Short run speed again for William Byron. Quickly out to a 7/10 of a second lead over Bubba Wallace. In second, 1.2 seconds back to Tyler Reddick in third. Ryan Preece 1.5 seconds off the lead in fourth. And Ryan Blaney in fifth, 1.8 seconds off the lead. That's the top 5. Lap 106 of 293 here at Darlington. Last lap, Byron was about 0.04 of a second quicker than the second place car of Wallace. Now with Wallace and Reddick having better track position than they've had for most of the day on a restart, and getting more than a couple laps into the last green flag run, they both ran their fastest laps of the race at lap 100 and 101 at the beginning of stage 2. Wallace had a hiccup off of turn 2. The last lap specifically, Reddick was able to power past him very fast. And trying to put more time on the 24 ahead of him. Our leaderboard hasn't updated yet. Now it has. Again, Reddick second, Wallace third now. After that pass on lap 108.
We've seen a massive change out of Bubba Wallace and just the way that he approaches everything this year. Tyler Reddick, we thought that he would be in contention today. We've thought that a few times this year as we've gone through some of these races. Hasn't really had the speed, but today he definitely has the speed.
Now, Kyle Petty's lost his voice because he's been up at the 10-10 strike all weekend in Charlotte, telling stories nonstop. Come on, delight of everybody. Imagine that. But what's your favorite Darlington memory?
I don't know. I mean, I've been coming here forever. We talked about it before. My dad came here when he was 13 for the first time. I've been coming down here since the early 60s. There's so much history in this place. There's places we race where you walk in and you feel the history of the place. You feel the ghost of the drivers that came before you, whether it was Fireball Roberts or Curtis Turner or Richard Petty or David Pearson or Dale Earnhardt Sr. and those guys, so there's just so much history. And I think that's what makes this place special. So for me, I don't think there's ever been a bad game. I never ran Goodyear. Remember, I famously said they should fill this place up and have stadium bass fishing in this place. We can't do that. That's how much I love it. But, it's a place that you look forward to coming.
All right. Yeah, minnow pond. Forget the minnow pond. Put a whole bunch of water in. Let's have fishing tournaments. That was Kyle Petty's line. William Byron, the only Chevrolet in the top 10. AJ Allmendinger is 11th, the next one, but Byron has led every lap so far here. But for how long? Tyler Reddick has closed it right up.
We saw this at the tail end of that first run. Kevin, it is easy to get complacent and leading this whole race in dominant fashion, never having anybody contest you. No changes, don't change anything. That car's mirror's getting bigger.
Now, right behind Byron Chevrolet and those two Toyotas are 7 Fords. The whole rest of the top 10 are blue ovals. Edsel Ford is here.
And you see Ryan Blaney on the inside of Ryan Priest right there. You see the flames come out of the pipe. Ryan just concedes that position right there into turn one. And as we've talked about so many times, the longer they run, usually the closer to the front that 12 car gets.
Yeah. 112 laps to go. 22 of the 95 laps in stage 2 are completed, all under green. And once again, yes, William Byron has led every single lap so far.
0.4 of a second lead still for Byron, but Reddick has closed that gap immensely since the restart, getting to second, gaining a few positions from his restarting spot in 5th, and the initial start of the race where Reddick started in 7th. Bubba Wallace sits in 3rd, Ryan Priest 4th, Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 5, Chris Buescher is in 6th, 7th for Brad Keselowski in 7th, Zane Smith 8th, Austin Cindric 9th, and Joey Logano 10th. 11th for AJ Allmendinger, Noah Gragson 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Austin Dillon 14th, and Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Denny Hamlin, Josh Berry 17th, 18th for Todd Gilliland, Daniel Suarez in 19th, and Justin Haley is 20th. Kyle Busch 21st, Chase Elliott 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Alex Bowman 24th, Shane Van Gisbergen 25th, Ty Gibbs 26th, Austin Hill 27th, Christopher Bell 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, and 30th is Cole Custer. 31st, John Hunter Nemechek, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd, Riley Herbst 34th, and Cody Ware 35th. Carson Hocevar 36th off the lead lap, 2 laps down, and 2 cars out of the race today, J.J. Yaley and Kyle Larson. Larson with the lap 4 incident, and J.J. Yaley on the restart of that second incident of the race. Actually, it was the first incident that Hocevar was involved in. Right front tire about came off of the 44, and he has not returned to the racetrack since. Wheel was loose. It was not secured tightly on the lug nut, but it didn't completely fall off, warranting a caution. But Yaley had pulled that 44 to the garage immediately after that happened. So might have broken something underneath the car that deemed infixable. Obviously, that smaller team, too, they don't have as many crew members to maybe help try to make fixes on the racetrack, so they brought it back to the garage. And not sure if we'll see him back on the track before the finish of this race or not, as he scored 88 laps down. No lead changes. Byron's led every lap from the pole. Currently at lap 118 out of 293. 4 cautions, 3 for incident in stage 1. 2 cars out of the race. 22 laps under caution of the 4 yellows we've seen. And obviously the one not for incident was the lap 90 stage 1 end. Stage 2 will end at lap 185 of 293. Setting up for the final stage to be just over 100 laps. And we will take ourselves to our next break. You're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 at Darlington.
Holding steady for about 8 laps, Tyler Reddick has renewed his pursuit of William Byron and the lead, running a line that's mostly lower than Byron's.
Well, you have to go where they're not in order to get some air on the front of that car to be able to get the car to handle like you need to. So you got to have options getting in the corner right here. You can run right in behind him. If you're going to do that, you got to back up, run to him in the center of the corner so you don't lose the front of the car on the entry, or you go to the bottom or the middle to do something different.
I think you have to be careful, though. As you get in that wake in that car, you're going to start using your tires more. I heard you say moving around, going where he's not. That's going to be harder on your tires. I want to wait until the opportunity presents itself. That opportunity would be a lap car.
All right, things have stabilized for the moment. Jamie.
Well, William Byron continues to lead every lap. His teammate, Arson, the opposite, wrecked hard on lap number 4. He has been in the garage for about an hour and 15 minutes. This is his crew chief, his team. They have completely rebuilt the front end of this race car. Meanwhile, the driver has been in the car with the window net up, watching the race on his phone. They're back out there.
That's a racing for you.
Yep, there is no more damaged vehicle policy clock when cars are in the garage. They can work on them and return the race like we used to do.
Yeah, well, you can return to the race, but you have a few laps to run minimum speed. That's why they're taking so much time on that car to try to get it correct. So when it goes on the racetrack, Kyle can be competitive in order to stay out there.
Speaking of get it correct, I'm glad that they corrected that rule. I like that the fact that you can go back out there with this car. It's more bolt-on pieces. There's pieces you can fix. Back in the day, Kyle, you used to weld it back. I remember watching them weld a spring in a bucket. Then that wouldn't work, so they just welded the bucket. They welded a wrench in the bucket. We went back out there, man. You sure that's going to work?
Listen, you cut out 55-gallon drums, use the metal out of it. Anything you could do to get back out there and score some points. All you needed sometimes was 1 or 2 laps to pick up 4 or 5 positions. Those 4 or 5 positions at that time in the sport were huge.
They're even more big now. We've watched playoffs be missed by a point.
And it's also a great team building experience. Well, not only for the guy that has to sit in the car that wrecked it, but for those guys to show him that they're going to fix the car and to work together to if you make up one spot throughout the day, that makes that work pay off.
There's Richards, number 43, currently in 14th spot. The RFK cars are now 4th, 5th, and 6th behind Reddick and Blaney. Byron continues to lead this race the most any driver has ever led from the start of any Darlington race. Richard, I want to go back to 1970 for a second, not because this is such a huge crash, but because of what came afterward when you flipped down what was then the front straightaway here in Darlington into the wall in your Plymouth, and boy, knocked the wall down. Yeah, and more than that, there's Richard hanging out the left side of the car. Fortunately, not badly injured, but what that led to, what did your mom do after that happened?
Well, I think some base of winter net. Okay. And I think we went winter nets in California. Yeah, Riverside. That wasn't mandatory anywhere else. And once we did that, when Mother said, this is going to work. So then NASCAR adapted it to the winter net, and now every racing organization in the world, I guess, run winter nets. But they took something like that spectacular, I guess, to really sink in for the safety picture.
I heard she took a tennis net and then put a ham on it and put it all together. Is that true?
No, we had some stuff that was fireproof.
Yeah, the Nomex.
The Nomex had just come out. I think 69, the Nomex come out. So she said, they need to be fireproof. So she made it, got the things and made it and set them up herself. So
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, you remember when Nomex came out?
Yeah.
You couldn't die. It was that yellow looking color.
Yellow with whitish.
Yeah, it was that. So if you look at the one in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, that's the one she made.
Wow.
It's in the Hall of Fame, which is pretty cool. To have my dad, my granddad, and my grandmother in the Hall of Fame.
Wonderful.
Ryan Blaney is putting some lap times down, run these first 2 cars down. Listen to the inside of Reddick. It's 12 cars flying, guys.
Yeah, down there on the apron, following that line around, getting out of the wake of that 45 car, and that's a line that I love to run on that hash mark down on that apron, but it is hard on the tires if you do it a long time.
Larry, we're coming up on halfway in this stage. What do you look?
Yeah, Mike, this is a 95 lap stage. We went back racing with 87 laps to go. If you split it down the middle, you'll run to lap 140. Now we know Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, they're notorious splitting right in half. But I think once we cross here at about 4 to 5 laps, you'll see some of them start to come early. At this track, once 1 or 2 hits, you better not be far behind.
It may happen as they're catching these lap cars too. I talked about that earlier, being an opportunity for these guys to run that leader down. But I'm seeing Reddick falling back from the leader Byron as Blaney catches Reddick. Got a new problem at hand.
Denny Hamlin's Toyota cam showing him currently in 18th place, 4th among the Toyotas behind Reddick, Wallace, and Jones. Wallace has fallen to 8th, restarted 2nd. Tyler Reddick up to 2nd after restarting 4th. Regan?
Well, Mike, just to update a couple walkthroughs and a couple positions right here. Since that restart, as you mentioned, and just had to listen closely to his radio, most guys or many guys getting loose at the stage of the run. But Plumba is actually asking for help with a little bit of tight on exit. As Zach said a couple times now, says that the biggest issue I've got, I can't finish the corner because I lose the nose. So maybe in a day when so many cars are very, very loose right now, not a bad thing to have to adjust for a little bit tight.
Yeah, and when you run up near the wall like that, as we see Ryan Blaney's on pit road. Just like
place.
Yeah, just like you talked about, Clint, just getting in one lap before. That'll most likely, as long as everything goes well on pit road, allow him to leapfrog Tyler Reddick.
Well, and the other reason I like that is we were starting to catch these lap cars. It was going to slow the pace down anyway. See your leader one more lap with Byron. Won't be long until you see that car.
Here comes Reddick. Kyle Busch is in. A lot of the leaders starting to make their way to pit road. Under green. First green flag stops we've had today. Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece on pit road. Zane Smith. There's Michael McDowell, Riley Hurts. Larry, if you're the leader and people are getting new tires, how long do you dare stay out there?
I think they've got to come right away. But as I said, you get some drivers, and again, Hamlin and Keselowski are notorious for taking advantage of those fresh tires on the second run and running it right to the halfway point.
Yeah, if he pits right now, he's not going to be the leader anymore.
There's Keselowski in the pit lane along with Bubba Wallace. AJ Allmendinger's in, Austin Cindric, Noah Gragson. Phil Custer is in. Keselowski done. Gragson finished. There's Justin Haley. Headed out. So the first drivers that's been in, well, there's Ross Chastain now on pit road at 133.
See Kyle Busch in right there. And as we watch William Byron continue to lead this race and stay out, we assume that he's going to split this stage in half. We saw a lot of this happen at Homestead. And oh, Brad Keselowski around halfway anyway.
No caution off of 4. I don't know. Possibly. I think he missed pit road.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Caution does not wave.
He's got a record flag.
Yep.
He was totally bent.
He just had come off pit road. He just had left pit road.
There's a look at it.
Interesting. Is the air pressure too low?
Smith lucky to get by.
Something went flying out of the back of the car. I wonder if it was the lug
Obviously,
nut.
the tires down. The other thing that I see is damage on that right rear. Hard to tell when that happened. Come on.
Keselowski was 6th before pit stops. So we still have about half of
Oh, look at there. You see the nut off the wheel
Yeah.
right there.
Oh, welcome.
That's what I thought I saw. Initial replay.
Just was on pit road. And the reason that thing stayed on there is it was sliding around the track. I can't believe he's made it. He's going to come onto pit road right now. Made it all the way around there. Kept that wheel on. Stay out of the penalty. Penalty's been done though.
So William Byron has not stopped, nor has Joey Logano. Eric Jones, remember he rode around at the end of the stage. He's in 3rd place right now, with Denny Hamlin in 5th, Alex Bowman in 8th. They have not been on pit road since lap 85.
Mike Rudy Fugel, crew chief of William Byron, told me several weeks ago, we won the Daytona 500. We got a bigger playbook to work with. We've already got a win.
Good point. Caution. Debris on the racetrack puts us under caution at lap 138 before the end of the pit stop cycle.
And everything they could to keep from doing it. And the other side of it, they're that quick.
And the 43 is now come to pit road. Well, that Reddick and Blaney had unlapped themselves on those fresh tires.
You know what I love? Once a racer, always a racer. Did you hear Richard right there? We made it pit road. That's all that's it. Yeah. Out there, that 43
So that's going to put you in
My
a
man.
spot when all these guys
I love it
right here.
You know, honestly, even all those cars that had pitted a few laps before, they've already got a number of laps on their tires. That is not going to work out well.
No, not at all, Larry.
So you have one group of cars that haven't been on pit road since lap 85, led by Byron. Another group led by Josh Berry, who pitted at lap 94. And then everybody who just pitted.
So Byron still led every lap. He didn't pit.
Dozen cars.
Unbelievable.
That had not been on pit road in quite a while. Now, one of those that stopped was Chris Buescher. He will get the free pass on this cautious flag. Everybody else, guess Larry, they have to wait and take the wave around.
And he's got a big lead. He should easily win the race off pit road again.
So hard to tell right there. Yeah, you can see the wheel nut fly off of this thing right as this car is spinning out. Right, boom, got my pin upside down right there. That's the nut that holds the wheel on. There it is.
That's the debris.
tough break for a really good car. Brad just needed a good run here. Had one going.
They left it green for a few laps after that.
Thrilled to have you join us. A little bit of this race. Thank you for coming by.
It's been interesting watching y'all try to operate up here.
Well, thank you. I'll take it as a compliment because last year on leaving, you said, I don't know what race you guys were watching, but it's been a pretty good one for the 43 so far.
Yeah. The big deal is when I'm sitting here, see what it's 17 little. The race is really back about 15th or 20th. Them guys, they drive their fanning off their lap. I mean, they're really racing back there, but you know, just if you're here, you can see that. You can't see it on TV.
No, we try to get back there as much as we can. If you want to see it all, come buy a ticket, right?
Got it. I'm ready. Well, thank you guys. Enjoy it.
Kyle, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks for coming up. The King. Nothing cooler.
Pit road's open, Jamie.
Josh Berry and that awesome Jim Clark throwback paint scheme makes his way down pit road. Said he could be a little bit tighter, got a little free as they went on, but they're going to leave it alone, just put 4 tires in it. Meanwhile, the 20 of Christopher Bell, we talked about his issues, just the car was not happy. No grip in that first stage. Said he was a little bit better here. He said the car just will not turn when you put stickers on it, which is what they just did. Regan?
So Elgato been battling loose in the 22 car the majority of the day. No different this run, but they have been making gains on it as he progresses forward. In the 24, Byron had to work the tires a little too hard. That run got free at the end.
There's race off pit road and Byron the winner once again. Darlington, the Goodyear 400. We got to take a picture up here. Hope you can get us to break.
Everything is going William Byron's way right now. Caution coming out in the middle of green flag pit stops. He didn't pit yet. All the faster cars that were up with him towards the front of the field, especially Tyler Reddick, who was within a second of Byron that entire run before Reddick hit pit road during green. He luckily got back on the lead lap before the caution came out, but now he's at the tail end of it. He's got to play catch-up. Same for Ryan Blaney, who is also in the same strategy. So they're going to be in the middle of the pack for this restart, but on the lead lap again. And William Byron was able to win the race off pit road pretty easily. He had an 11-second lead over Logano with several lap cars between them. So it was going to be very difficult for anybody that was not Byron to win the race out of the pits. Still no lead changes. Byron has led every lap from the pole. We're on lap 141 of 293. And we are just past halfway through stage number 2. And if this goes green to the end of the second stage, they won't have to pit for fuel purposes anymore, so they are in the fuel window to make it to the end. Hot this, yeah. Yeah, we've had quite a few in this one. Glad to know I'm not the only one that's had that issue so far today, though. I mean, I've seen them from time to time during the Cup Series race streams, specifically when we do the live commentary content on the channel, but yeah, for some reason I've seen a lot more today than we usually do. I haven't seen anywhere near this many since the Daytona 500, honestly. All right, so William Byron going to lead the field to the green. And get back to racing here in the middle, going to stage 2. Listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400. We'll take a quick break. Guys got to hear from Richard Petty, Kyle Petty, what was left of his voice for a little bit in the middle of stage 2 on the FS1 broadcast. But the amount of laps led for William Byron so far today, inside the top 5 coming into this race. And he's got a good chance to end up being number 1 on that leaderboard if he can lead about another 50 laps or so. Surpass Denny Hamlin for the most laps led in the season. Especially considering that Denny Hamlin in that 11 car has not led a lap yet today, though he is up to 3rd after the cycling to pit stops and the timely caution for himself. Oh, we got the Biff, Greg Biffle in the broadcast booth now. Let's go. With no sleeves. Courtesy of Cletus McFarlane, I believe. He just looks so out of place with that sleeves on in the booth. Let's go, Biff. My original favorite driver. We'll get to hear from him in a little bit. Take it through this restart first. Gonna have just over 40 laps to go in stage 2 when we get back to racing. In this year's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Biffle, former Darlington winner, Southern 500 champ. Byron's had great launches every restart. We'll see if he gets another outside of row 1, just as he's been for every restart as well. Green flag back in the air. Joey Logano, who is typically a good restarter, underneath him and will hold pace into turn 1. First time anybody's been side by side with him going into the first turn, but it doesn't hold on for very long. Logano's clear for 2nd because of his good restart. Gets in front of Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell. Bell nearly making contact with Josh Berry to his outside in the 21. Looked like a little bit more than a side draft down the back straightaway, and they're still door-to-door on the front stretch. Crossing the start-finish line, now Berry's clear for 4th. Byron with about a 2 to 3 car length lead over Logano on the 2nd lap following the restart, right in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Big block by Berry in the middle lane of the racetrack in 1 and 2, desperately trying to make sure the 20 doesn't get back underneath him again. All those 4s that were up there in the top 10, most of them pitted. Got trapped a lap down and or tail end of the lead lap. Trying to work themselves forward. There's a few of them in the top 10, but they weren't the same ones that were up in the top 10 for most of the race like Logano and Berry. Logano has been right around 10th, 11th, 12th most of the race. So we'll see how he can fare up at the front of the field. First time we've seen Hamlin or Bell in the top 5. Bell's been outside the top 20 almost the entire race. Gibbs gets his track position back after being a lap down at one point at the end of stage 1. Alex Bowman's up in the top 10 for the first time today after qualifying deep in the field. 3 wide middle, Bubba Wallace trying to get through traffic around Cody Ware, who was to his outside, and Austin Cindric to the bottom, and he clears them both. That 23 cars looks strong for the 3rd consecutive week. We'll see if he can hold on. It's amazing how violent that dip is off the exit of turn 2 with the bump. Cars bouncing as they run over it. Ryan Blaney up to 8th. Moving ahead of Alex Bowman. And trying to maintain his track position ahead of Tyler Reddick, who was on the same pit strategy as Blaney. But Blaney had gotten by Reddick on the restart. Shout out to Austin Hill in 13th place in his first Cup start of the season as well. The way the pit cycling worked, he was able to hold on to the lead lap. He was a lap down at the end of stage 1. Wait and see how long he can hold on to a top 15 spot. He's got a lot of strong cars around him. Chris Buescher Ryan Preece, who were up in the top 5 for most of this race. I do like that Ryan Blaney throwback. Honestly, with the colors on it, I almost like the throwback better than the original scheme. That's my opinion on it. Somebody smoking in the middle of 3 and 4. I would imagine we had another Darlington stripe to add to the counter. Like Ty Gibbs, it might have been. Ty Gibbs and Ty Dillon were the 2 cars ahead of Blaney where that took place, but Gibbs was on the high side. At least getting into the corner. Only going to start watching after stage 2 just because of the stage breaks. Yeah, it's like 3 separate races with one another, really. All right, so the top 10 with 35 laps to go in stage 2 has William Byron in the lead, Joey Logano in second, about a half a second back, and then Denny Hamlin 1.1 seconds off the lead in third. Christopher Bell in fourth is 1.6 seconds back. Josh Berry's in fifth, Ty Gibbs sixth, Ty Dillon seventh, Ryan Blaney eighth, Alex Bowman ninth, and Tyler Reddick is in 10th. That caution right in the middle of stage 2 really randomized the running order up quite a bit. Had that happened at stage 3, we could see some underdogs up there in the top 10, but I don't think a lot of those drivers that are up there now will be able to hold on for the entirety of nearly the second half of this race. Especially the JGR Toyotas, just because they are not good at all on the long runs. Showing a side-by-side battle between Justin Haley, Todd Gillen. Gillen was up in the top 10 real early in the race. But he has fallen back pretty quick and hasn't been anywhere near the top 10 since the beginning of the day. But they're showing that battle. Coming off a top 10 in Martinsville last week. 10th place finish for him a week ago in Virginia. Looking for a solid run here today at the Darlington Raceway. Kyle Busch just behind him. Busch was up in the top 5 real early in the day as well. Faded on that long run towards the end of stage 1. And we haven't seen him anywhere near the top 10 ever since as well. And he was one of the drivers who pitted before the caution in the middle going of the second stage, so he actually got trapped a lap down. Had to take the wave around on that last restart. We'll go through the full field running order now because we're under a full screen commercial break on FS1. So again, William Byron in the lead. Joey Logano is second. Denny Hamlin third. Christopher Bell fourth. And Josh Berry in fifth. Ty Gibbs is in sixth. Seventh place for Ryan Blaney. Ty Dillon eighth. Alex Bowman ninth. And Tyler Reddick is in 10th. Chase Briscoe 11th. Eric Jones 12th. Chase Elliott 13th. Chris Buescher 14th. And John Hunter Nemechek 15th. Austin Hill 16th. Ryan Preece 17th. Ross Chastain 18th. AJ Allmendinger 19th and Bubba Wallace in 20th. Noah Gragson 21st. Austin Cindric 22nd. Zane Smith 23rd. Todd Gillen 24th. Kyle Busch 25th. Justin Haley 26th. Daniel Suarez 27th. Austin Dillon 28th. Cole Custer 29th. And Michael McDowell in 30th. 31st, Riley Herbst. Cody Ware 32nd. Shane Van Gisberg in 33rd. First car one lap down, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 34th. And Brad Keselowski 35th, who had the flat right rear. After leaving pit road, wheel was about to come off during green flag stops at stage 2, so that's why he's 2 laps down. Carson Hocevar 36, JJ Yaley off track, same for Kyle Larson 37, 38. F5 team's been going to work on that front bumper to try to get him back out there. Over half the race has gone by. He's not going to be able to pick up any position. Well, he can pick up one spot on JJ Yaley, but that would be it. But there's no points difference between those two positions because every position from 36th on back would only get 1 point. Slight financial gain, I guess, in the credit books after this race is over, in the bank account maybe. But that would be about it. 1.2 second lead now for Byron. Again, he has led every lap, all 159 from the pole. 5 cautions so far today, only 1 in stage 2, 3 in stage 1, and the stage break at lap 90. 27 laps spent under the yellow, just under an hour and 50 minutes from the initial drop of the green flag to where we are currently. Listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 at Darlington.
William Byron leads by 1.2 seconds over Joey Logano, as you see from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100 for the Goodyear Blip. Happy 75th to Darlington Raceway. There's a look at the lead. Byron, Logano, Hamlin, Bell, Berry, the top 5. Ryan Blaney has slipped to 6th, and we'll show you why here.
Out with the right rear, pull the right front, back around. That's a pretty good. It's not just a love tap there.
Yeah, and we talk about how Kyle Larson drags the right rear, and that's what you don't want when you hit the right rear and then it grabs the right front, and then it feels like a magnet. You can't get the thing off the wall.
You get 3 strikes for that one.
What you can't afford, and the lap times and the data will show it, is that totally, that'll be a major setback for them, not only on the racetrack this run, but it'll take a long time to fix it.
So Blaney in 6th, right behind him, Ty Gibbs, Ty Dillon, having good runs here today in the top 10.
And that's why you just have to grind away at this racetrack. Just keep the car rolling, keep yourself on the lead lap. And we saw Ty go a lap down earlier. A caution came out, he got waved around, got back on the lead lap, and all of a sudden it flips the other way, and you wind up with the track position just off of a timely caution.
Now that Ty Dillon scheme is something Swanson came up with. It throws back to a Busch Series car that they had back in the day. The Beaver Street Foods, that is Patty Reese, who was a very good Busch Series driver. That was her sponsor. Now they're on Ty Dillon's car.
Business is picking up, and its track conditions is changing a lot. Huge cloud up over the track, dark, and it has cooled down a lot, picking grip up for these guys. This will play in favor of some cars and others not so much.
Yeah, and when you come back for the Southern 500, that's always the trick. And right now we're seeing a little bit of the same thing with this heavy cloud cover. When you go from day to night, and who has the car when that car goes from day to night? So is it going to stay overcast like it is now, or is the sun going to come back out? Well, we've seen William Byron be good no matter if the sun's in or out. So he's led every lap.
William Byron has led 163 laps. Statistically, that does not bode well here. Drivers who lead the most laps in the last 5 Darlington races finished no better than 4th, and mostly outside the top 20.
Yep, we're the downers.
Thanks, Debbie. Yep. Regan?
Right, then Denny Hamlin in the 11th car up to 3rd position. Of course, it stayed out when that most recent caution came out. You had to take advantage, get track position back. But something to keep an eye on over the next few laps here with that 11th car. About 28 laps into a run is when he said they go like a light switch from maybe being a little bit too tight to very loose. That's what it was the last long run that we had. Right now, since we agree about 22 laps in, so let's keep an eye on what takes place and if they made gains on that point.
And that's just what happens in this car. Even if you have a tight condition, the right rear tire at this racetrack, it drives off the right rear tire. You have to take care of it. Even if you're pushing, the right rear tire is gonna wear off the car. And like we talked earlier, a lot of these cars just tank.
Greg, riding along here with Denny Hamlin. Take me around this place. Been around it just as much as we have.
Yeah, I was noticing his hands. It looks like the car is starting to free up. And like Kevin said, the cars just naturally free up. The tires wear, and the car typically here goes loose. That tends to be better than tight, because if it's tight and you're running up along that wall, the only thing you can do is just slow down. Just slow down. So it's the groove right against the fence all the way around this racetrack. And sometimes you run a little bit lower down at 3 and 4, but typically it's right up against the fence.
Yeah, and the hard part about this car is it has a natural rotation when it wants to rotate on its own. So with the Gen 7 car, you have to anticipate that rotation to try to keep it from over rotating. And when you're tight, it makes you slower to get to that point of being able to anticipate it to keep the car from snapping loose. So you get behind, and that's what happens. You get tight, and then it snaps loose because you're behind on the anticipation of the rotation.
And the other side of that is just both ends of this racetrack being so drastically different. 1 and 2, I was comfortable. I could walk that thing around there and really felt like I could be very competitive. Never was comfortable exiting turn 4 on that wall. And I needed to be, right?
Kyle Larson back in the race after a lot of repairs to the front end of that car. Now, when you return to the race from the garage, you have 3 consecutive laps to make NASCAR's minimum lap speed. They did, so they can continue. Here's what happened back at lap 4.
And a lot of people would be asking, why would you do this? Why would you want to go back out on the racetrack and run around 160 laps down? Well, I'll tell you why. They lost the regular season championship last year by 1 point, so pretty easy math.
Yep.
Remember, this is where we come back and start the playoffs too in September. They wanted to put pages in their notebook.
William Byron, his teammate, has led every lap so far, and prior to the green flag pit cycle, everybody in the top 10 except Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney were 15th or worse prior to green flag pit stops. So things here have changed. 15 laps to go in stage 2 at Darlington as we take you Fox side by side.
The FS1 pylon graphic, they had laps led on the day. William Byron had 169 at that point in time. Now it's 171, but to 0 for everybody else. Nobody else has led. 3.1 second lead for Byron over Logano. Denny Hamlin is in 3rd. Josh Berry in 4th. 5th place is now Ryan Blaney. Christopher Bell 6th. Ty Gibbs 7th. Ty Dillon 8th. Alex Bowman 9th. And Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 10. So again, that is the top 10 on the leaderboard with 14 laps to go in stage 2. We'll see how that's going to hold. It feels like a long race because the 24 has dominated. In actuality, we're still a little less than 2 hours from where we started to where we are now. This thing's probably going to end up finishing just under 3 hours once we get this 3rd and final stage in. I take that back. Probably a little over 3 because the last stage is a little longer than stages 1 and 2. Still shorter than the 500-mile race in the fall. Starting to see those Fords on the long run get right back up into the top 10, though. Like I mentioned already, Blaney to 5th. Tyler Reddick, who was pretty good on the longer runs earlier, is up to 10th. Just can't keep up with the 12 the longer the run goes. Buescher's only up to 13th. And I think the only drivers who have anything for William Byron would have been Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, and Ryan Blaney, and only Blaney's back in the top 10 right now. Well, again, Reddick in 10th, but definitely not at the upward trajectory that 12 car is the more laps we get on these tires. Obviously, at lap 185, that'll be the last guaranteed yellow. Then Bubba Wallace, by the way, back in 21st. He actually had to take the wave around because he was a lap down when the caution came out from where he exited pit road when he was initially in the top 5 for most of this race. So we haven't seen a repeat winner at Darlington in the next-gen era. Byron would be the first if he's able to go to victory lane here today. Guy in second, Joey Logano, has also won at Darlington in the next-gen car. So he could also end that streak. It's going to be tough to beat the 24 on the restarts, though, when he stays out there in the lead. Ryan Blaney might have something for him on the long run, and I knew he was going to be quick in the long run based off of practice and qualifying. Well, not qualifying, but practice specifically yesterday. He had the fastest 20, 25, and 30 lap average. And we know how quick he was on the long run at Homestead in Las Vegas, where he seemed to have the best long run car overall. go to the third intermediate low grip racetrack of the season, nothing has changed. But the difference for Ryan Blaney here is he's never had a top 5 in his career at Darlington, so statistically speaking, not a great track for him. Could have a top 5 today if he could continue to keep the car clean. The speed is there. And if he can get himself in the right place at the right time, maybe a win could be at the forefront as well. We'll have 7 laps to go in stage 2 this time by. Lead is just under 2.5 seconds. 24 working through some lap traffic. Logano's been able to eat into the lead just a little bit. It was as many of about a 3.2 second advantage. Now it's about 2.3. No positions have changed in the top 4 since after the restart. Tyler Reddick just passed Alex Bowman within the last couple laps for 9th. Was the only change of position during that last commercial break on FS1. Warm Slick racetrack, we've seen a few incidences, though most of which were early in the race back at stage 1. Quite a few Darlington stripes. We haven't seen the stripe counter on the graphic yet on Fox for a while. Last time it was at 15, but that was still before the end of stage 1. That was the last I noticed it, at least. You have to let me know in the chat if I might have missed it and you guys have seen it on the broadcast since then. I'm sure they'll update us at some point before the end still. Little over 100 to go. I have 180 of 293. I'm still mind-boggled at the fact that I was on the fence when I took William Byron for the win today. And it just happens to be the most dominant race of the season. Like, this was the most unsure I was picking a driver to win a race of any race we've had this season. And maybe even the super speedways, too, because I was so high on Penske because I knew they were going to be quick. And they were. They led as many laps as they did. But this one I felt coming in was wide open between 4 or 5 drivers. And Larson, in the same equipment as Byron is, wrecked in those first 4 laps. Was one of the drivers in contention. The other drivers who I would have considered before the race began would have been Byron, Reddick. Reddick was up in second. I think he's still got a good car. Could get a top 5. Denny Hamlin. The outside chance would have been Ryan Blaney just because he's good on the long run. Hamlin's up in third, but it's mainly because of track position. He does not have good long run speed. Though he's held on to third throughout the course of this run, I think it's better for him, though, that he restarted around guys who he was running mid-pack with before the last caution in the middle of green flag stops. So that's really worked well for him. And as he's starting to clip now on the long run, he may lose a couple positions before the end of the stage because Josh Berry's all over his back bumper and Ryan Blaney's been gaining a ton of time on him as well. And we only have 3 laps to go in the stage for Hamlin to hold on to third. Every point matters towards that regular season championship. Though the guy leading the regular season championship right now, William Byron's led every lap, so he's having a solid points day. And he's got the fastest lap of the race still. Just to add to it. So Berry closed in on Hamlin, but he couldn't get to him again on this lap, and Ryan Blaney will actually take over 4th from Berry through turns 3 and 4. All clear. Berry off the high side, not enough of a run to try any sort of a crossover move in 1 and 2. Blaney within a half a second of Hamlin with 2 more laps to get around him. Logano within a second of William Byron at the front of the field now. Byron's had several lap cars right in front of him, and I really don't think that 24 car is good in traffic because whenever he gets out to as big of a lead as he has, he gets into heavy lap traffic and that lead dissipates quickly. But because we've had cautions at points in times where it's kind of bailed Byron out where he doesn't lose the lead during the green flag cycle because we either don't get long enough into the run for his tires to fall off enough, or by the time he gets into the heavy lap traffic and the leaders start eating him in, we get the yellow. Again, a good timing points for Byron to hold on to the lead. He's been masterful in every single restart. I don't see that changing the further along we get in the race. And here we are again. Stage 2 winner, William Byron. 3rd stage win of the year as he sweeps the stages today at Darlington. Joey Logano 2nd. Denny Hamlin did hold on to Ryan Blaney for 3rd. Blaney was 4th and Josh Berry 5th. Another solid day for Josh Berry in the early 2025 season. Christopher Bell in 6th. 7th for Ty Gibbs. Ty Dillon 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. I'll tell you what, that caution really saved Christopher Bell's race. He was outside the top 25 most of the day. And now he's in 6th. And he's got good enough short run speed that he can maybe try to maintain. The caution before the end of stage 1 bailed him out. He was about to go a lap down. And then that caution bailed him out even more because now it's cycled him up into the top 10. Don't count out Denny. Can't count him out, but he just doesn't have long run speed. None of the JGR cars have long run speed today. They're all lacking there. And outside of stage 1, we didn't see many cautions in stage 2. I don't see this race plaguing a lot of yellows. We could get a couple of them, and maybe, one late in the final 20 laps could help him, but if the 24's out in front, I don't see anybody beating him on a short run. Big thing here is in stage 3, will we get a run longer than 50 laps to allow for somebody to try to get by Byron? Or a mistake on pit road by the pit crew, which so far they've won the race off pit road every time. They've had pretty big leads, though, going in. This time he's not going to have a big lead over Logano and Hamlin and Blaney. Blaney lost a couple spots on his last stop. At the end of stage 1, they lost several positions. Joey Logano's pit crew's been iffy this season. And Hamlin notoriously doesn't have a great pit crew. So Byron might win this race out of the pits again. As we've reached the end of stage 2, we'll close our chat poll. Fantasy lineups will lock as well. For your starting 5, I had to take Larson out, so it was a pretty easy change for me with him wrecking early. 110 votes for today's chat poll for who you think is going to win the Goodyear 400 in 2025. And somebody other than Larson, Byron, or Briscoe getting 41% of the votes. Byron, who's led every lap so far, had 21%. Only 5% taking Chase Briscoe, who was 16th. Larson had 30% of the votes. It was 37, I think, at one point, and that dropped off quite a bit after he got knocked out of the race. We'll see if you guys will be right. It is diecast time, indeed. Time for the Stage 2 diecast showing, and for today's diecast, it is a Darlington throwback. It is a Jimmy Johnson Darlington throwback, and it is from 2020. I've showed this off before last season. I know for a fact I did with this one. But still one of my favorite diecasts that I have. I was at the 2020 Southern 500 and got to see this car in person. It was my favorite scheme over the course of the weekend. No other driver could pull this off. You have to be a 7-time champ to have 2 other 7-time champions paint schemes on the car. To go with it, he was dressing as Petty and Earnhardt throughout the course of the weekend. And oddly enough, just a couple years later, he teams up with Petty, Legacy Motor Club, and now is a majority owner of that team. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson, 2020, Dale Sr., Richard Petty, the old STP, Goodwrench number Black 3 throwback. And you can see the Goodyear tires, obviously, from that season, them having the throwback for that year specifically as well. Different look. And that will be our diecast showing for the end of Stage 2 in today's race. Pit stops, again, will be coming up very shortly. They'll open pit road. Probably this time by. We'll see if Byron's crew can win him another race off of. Yeah, no lap cars up there in the top 5 or 6 positions, so. In 2014, really the first pressured pit stop they've had since very early in the race. And now it's the most important time, Stage 3.
Because he ran 6-ply truck tires, never had to change them. Everybody else was blowing out tires. They were getting wheels tires from fans' cars in the infield and stuff like that. But what else was unique about that racetrack?
Well, what was unique about it is they said they all ran down on the bottom of the racetrack, or what we call the apron, off of the racetrack. And I guess the racetrack was only what we call the racetrack 1 lane wide. So
Pretty interesting. Yeah, until somebody got shoved up onto the banking and said, hey, this is bad. They had trouble on that 12 car. Left side trouble, Kevin. Of the slow stop.
Well, we cover it every week. It's right on the brink of disaster, and you see it again right there by Ryan Blaney this time around.
Byron again.
So Byron again.
William Byron wins the race off pit road again. Pretty close battle. Denny Hamlin actually picks up a spot to second. Slow stop for Ryan Blaney, as you heard on the broadcast. Trouble on the left side. Looked like the jackman just had a problem trying to jack the car up. He lost 3 positions on the first stop earlier, and he's going to lose even more on this one. Can anybody beat the 24 here today? What was that? 21% took Byron on our chat poll. 62 likes on the stream out of our goal to get to 100, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our live commentary coverage of the Goodyear 400 continues on KRC. Still a long ways to go in this one. You're just waiting for that 24 car to get past one time. And if he does, will he ever be able to get it back? Will his car be good enough in traffic? Because I don't think it is. Considering he struggles to get by guys in lap traffic, especially when his tires are older. I think if he loses the lead, he's not getting it back. So the picker's done a great job winning the race off pit road. Byron's not making any mistakes. And that's one thing, I've talked about it before, but it's been a while. William Byron is the one driver at Hendrick Motorsports that I can rely on to never make a mistake. He doesn't overdrive the car. If he's got a race-winning car like he does here today, he goes out, he leads laps, he wins the race. You know, if he's got an 8th place car, he's going to finish 8th. He doesn't really use the overdriving tactics to try to push that 8th place car to a 2nd or 3rd place run. He'll just run 8th all day. He takes care of his equipment. He doesn't get in a lot of wrecks because he doesn't overdrive it. And because he's at a team like Hendrick Motorsports, they're going to bring good equipment to the racetrack more often than not. And that's why we see William Byron in positions to win races like this quite often. And here today is a perfect example of it. Because even though we've seen dominant performances, we haven't seen anything like this in a long, long time. This is kind of giving me the 2017 Martin Truex Jr. Coke 600 vibes. 2016, excuse me, of the Coke 600 when he led like, what was it, 98% of the race or something ridiculous like that. He's got a chance to lead every lap. We're going to have about 100 laps or less to go on the restart. He's led every lap so far. I kind of hope he gets it done. I hope we see history. We haven't seen this in the Cup Series in a very, very long time. I haven't heard the stat line yet, but I don't know when the last time a driver's led every lap in a Cup race. I can remember Kyle Busch doing that in an Xfinity race back at Phoenix in the 2010s, but in a Cup race, 400 miles at a track like Darlington, too tough to tame. He might lead them all. 16th for Ryan Blaney, yeah. It's a lot of spots lost. He was 4th at the end of the last stage. It's a 12-position net loss on pit road for him. UConn women's team won the NCAA tournament. Paige Beckers is a beast. Returning to the UConn of old, I see. They've always had a great basketball program. Doesn't matter whether it's men or women's. Greg Biffle's still sleeveless and still in the booth. I don't know if he's staying there to the end of the race or not. Heard him for a little bit there in stage 2. He's got shorts also, which I don't blame him. It was 87 degrees outside. Maybe that's the reason for the cutoff, too. It's a good day for it. Well, as a Ryan Blaney fan, hopefully he gets a good finish out of this. He's had a good car at the very least. It's going to be tough to beat the 24 car, and we just keep seeing a lot of mistakes, though, by teams that try to get up in contention to compete with Byron that are closer on speed, and they keep shooting themselves in the foot, and they end up sliding further back, and by the time they make the ground up, they're nowhere near him by the next caution. Reddick has probably the closest to Byron as far as speed goes, and he's going to restart inside of row 3. Bell to his outside in that row. Row 2 will be Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin. Row 1, Logano on the inside and William Byron on the outside. 99 laps to go on the restart. Byron has been clear off turn 2 every restart so far today. Can he make history? Green flag is in the air. He's led every lap. Logano spins the tires inside of row 1. Hamlin with a good push on the 24 into the first turn. And again, Byron's clear in the center of the corner. Hamlin with a nose out ahead of Logano for second. Can't quite clear. Logano hangs on the left rear corner panel of his car. Big push from Bell to the back of his teammate Hamlin to get him cleared down the back straightaway. Teamwork makes the dream work, and Hamlin is up to second. And Bell might be able to get to third. On Logano, that tactic worked well. Hamlin was first last week, Bell second, and now they run second and third at the beginning of Stage 3 here this week at Darlington. Josh Berry trying to hold off Tyler Reddick for 5th as he got by him initially, but Reddick cleared him up into the wall. Berry slides to the inside of the racetrack and hits a ton. Into the inside wall, Reddick was not clear off the exit of turn 2 when he tried to slide up on his slide job on Berry. And he knocked him up into the outside wall and then ricocheting back down into the inside wall a ton. He was not clear.
A lot of front end damage to the Wood Brothers car.
Man, oh man.
7th caution flag of the day. AMR safety team right there.
That was a big hit.
To assist Josh Berry.
Well, I won't be eating at McDonald's this week.
Window net down.
Boycott
Looks like
McDonald's.
he may be climbing out. See.
Yeah, he's getting out. Berry is done.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway President Doug Bowles sent the Wood Brothers a letter asking them to run this scheme again, please, when they come to the Brickyard later this summer to honor this Clark Ziggy win. So we love it, but they lost some contact with Reddick. Berry ends up in the wall hard with the right front.
Well, at least we'll get to see that beautiful paint scheme one more time this year at Indianapolis, I guess. I didn't even know about that, so. Tough to see it go out in a shower of sparks, as Mike Joy would say here today. Early Stage 3, couple laps into the restart, Tyler Reddick trying to clear Josh Berry for 5th, rather, off the exit of turn 2, and just wasn't clear. Got into him. Berry did barely keep it off the outside wall, but after the contact, trying to keep it off the wall, broke loose, and to the inside wall he went. Reddick obviously was not clear when he tried to slide up, causing the incident. Remember, Reddick cost Harvick the win in 2023? Well, he got into Chris Buescher last year in that race, battling for him for the win as well. I thought Reddick had the quicker car at that point in the race, too. And if he just would have taken a little bit more time to make the pass, especially with as many laps as they had left, could have had a better chance to try to fight it out another lap for the win. But Reddick gets off scot-free here. Not a lot of damage on his car. It was very minimal contact between him and the 21, but it didn't take much. 7th caution of the day, our first for incident, obviously already in Stage 3. And Byron, because he was out in front of the field, will stay out in front. Might see the back half of the field hit pit road again. We've had this similar situation where a caution comes out in the first 5 laps of a green flag run, where the top portion of the field stays out. And those faster cars in the top 5, top 10 usually are able to maintain their track position. I would imagine that'll be the same here as well. JB, the PA Motorsports Fan 05, welcome to the stream. Stu, Jeffrey C. I don't think I shouted any of you guys out. I know you've been here for a while. Greatly appreciate you watching. Base Tugboat 2675, welcome as well. Silent Owl Scribe. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Be sure to hit the like button specifically if you haven't done that yet, so we can try to get to our goal of 100 before the end of the stream. We're at 63 right now. And subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our Goodyear 400 coverage continues.
Here on Fox next Sunday, Bristol, Tennessee.
Bristol, baby.
1:30 Eastern Time on FS1.
Right here.
NASCAR at Long Beach next Sunday, 4:30 Eastern.
My favorite track.
And the NHRA in Las Vegas next Sunday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on FS1. All the quickest and fastest motorsports are on Fox.
Yeah, and as we go back and look at this, Clint, you know, we see the 45 and the 21 right there.
I see the 21 yield the position, lifted a little bit to let him in. Reddick thought he was clear, just like they said on the radio, not clear. Got up into him, took his front end away, put him in the wall, and spun him out.
Josh Berry had been a top 5, top 10 car just all day.
I don't think he was close.
Tight quarters racing off the 2. I think the intentions were right on both drivers. Unfortunately, that's Josh Berry's
As you
day.
look at that view right there, I mean, you see that Barry's coming down the hill to try to get in position, and 45 is coming up, and it's just they came together at a bad time right there when one was going down the hill and the other's up the hill more than the guy on the outside in the 21, Josh Berry, expected.
You hear him wah, trying to lift to give him the position. It happens fast, especially in that corner.
7th caution of the day. Riley Herbst will get free pass. Regan?
Oh my God, that last pit stop, Denny Hamlin picked up 1 position, and we've been seeing some interesting new moves on pit road. Take a look at what his team is doing on pit road in terms of the jack man and what he has to do running around the race car. You'll see it right here when they drop the jack. Watch this. The jack slings around from behind him. He crosses his hands over and saves a couple steps right there. One of the guys that's had to learn that this year, Joe Alexander Bonio, and I know I probably just butchered that name, but I tried really hard. You have been doing that move the majority of the season. How long does it take to get the hand-eye coordination and figure all that out?
It's a long process. It took about every bit of the off season, and just every rep you're getting a little bit more confidence, enough to take it out to the track. There's a lot of risk out here, but yeah, I'd say about the entire off season.
Well, it's looking good right now. You picked your driver up a position, and Mike, I can tell you that Chris Berkey, the pit crew coach for Joe Gibbs Racing, he tasked these guys with finding a way to save steps and get every 10th of a second on the pit road, and they have been doing that.
I'll tell you, that's awesome. He looked like Junior Johnson slinging that jack around the front of the car. Maybe Jeff Hammond.
Didn't Junior Johnson take somebody out, maybe allegedly on purpose?
An official was giving them a hard time, and the official would stand at the front of the car out on pit road during the pit stops. And as the story goes, Junior decided to teach that official a lesson. And he swung the jack, he swung it right around, took the feet right out from under that official.
Sounds like it might have been in the way, Mike.
And as I watch that video right there, that's what I think about the front tire carrier right there. I'm like, oh man, I think it's a little wide.
When you're talking
jack right in the knees,
pit stops inside of 9 seconds, it's all the little things.
The egg-shaped Darlington Raceway. You'll see it from our aerial coverage today. Presented by Goodyear. Celebrating 100 years of an American icon, the Goodyear blimp.
End of that story, the official was never assigned to the 11 pits ever again.
Right. The biggest drubbing in the history of Darlington Raceway came here in 1965 in the Southern 500. It was Ned Jarrett's only Darlington win. He went on to win the championship of the Cup Series that year. He won by 14 laps. That is a NASCAR record. That'll never happen again with stage racing and wave arounds and free passes and everything we know today. But I would say what William Byron is doing today is the closest to what Ned Jarrett did in 1965 in today's NASCAR. This is a drubbing. He's led every one of 200 laps so far.
Well, if it stays this way, this race was on yesterday with that huge lap that he put himself in front of this field.
Well, and all the drivers that we talked to talked about how important that qualifying lap was on this particular racetrack.
Here's some Kyle Busch audio. Kind of noticed that the way this race has had comers and goers based on timing of pit stops and where you are in the restart lineup, and Kyle Busch now finds himself 18th. That's the source of that frustration.
Well, and we noted it. I mean, we were all over it with Bell and Hamlin. Once they lost that track position margin traffic, they didn't go anywhere.
My opening line in the pre-race show today had the word frustrating in it. And that is this racetrack, because it becomes difficult to pass. It becomes very one line, hard, to find somewhere to set somebody up for a pass. So as a driver, it is very frustrating. You got to keep yourself focused.
Ready?
All right, here comes Byron for another restart. Outside of row one, green flag back in the air. Christopher Bell will be on the inside of row one. Good launch for Bell on the inside as they get to speed into the first turn. He's got a nose out in front of William Byron. He's going to try to force him up the racetrack. Byron in a tight spot for the first time today. Barely keeps it off the outside wall. Might have had to lift a bit. Near contact off turn two. And now they race for turn three. Two more Toyotas right behind Bell. Will he get help if they can get to him? Through 3 and 4 as Bell tries to hold on for at least another lap. Not going to be able to do it. Byron's clear. And still, it's William Byron putting on a dominant performance with 91 laps to go as he's led every lap from the start of this race to where we are right now. But that was the closest anybody has gotten to leading a lap that wasn't named William Byron so far. That was a great restart by Christopher Bell. He timed it out as well as he could have on that inside lane. Kyle Busch was talking about being frustrated during the last caution under the radio. He's 3 wide middle, entering turn 3 in a gaggle of cars in the middle of the pack. I'm sure he's probably even more frustrated now. Ryan Blaney trying to pick spots back up after 12 positions were lost on his last pit stop. Jackman had troubles trying to jack the left side of the car up. William Byron in the 24 car continues to lead. Here's Josh Berry outside of the infield care center.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We had a pretty good restart there. I got a little checked up and lost some momentum behind Joey, and Tyler got underneath me there, and we kind of just ran out of room. I guess I don't know. It's hard to say in that moment. Obviously, just tough to get off the two with that bump and everything. So we just kind of got together. So I don't know. Our cars are fast. We're not going anywhere. We're going to run up front. We're going to be in this position again. Just want to thank everybody at Ford Motor Company. Obviously, we had an amazing Jim Clark throwback here today. Everybody at Motor Club, we quit playing, and we'll go get them next week.
Thanks, Jamie.
88 laps to go now. Byron with a 3/10 of a second lead over Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin in third after the restart. Tyler Reddick fourth. Joey Logano fifth. And sixth is Ty Gibbs. Alex Bowman 7th, Chris Buescher 8th, Chase Elliott 9th, Eric Jones 10th, Ty Dillon 11th, Ross Chastain in 12th, Ryan Blaney 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, Austin Cindric in 16th, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Kyle Busch 18th, Zane Smith 19th, and Todd Gilliland is 20th. In 21st is John Hunter Nemechek, Daniel Suarez 22nd, Michael McDowell 23rd, Cole Custer in 24th, Justin Haley 25th, Chase Briscoe 26th, Noah Gragson 27th, Shane Van Gisbergen in 28th, Austin Hill 29th, and Austin Dillon in 30th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st, Cody Ware 32nd, Riley Herbst 33rd is the last car in the lead lap. Carson Hocevar still two laps down in 34th. Brad Keselowski 3 laps down in 35th. Josh Berry is now out of the race 36th. Kyle Larson 37th. And Larson does not have enough laps to make up enough time to catch Berry in the running order either. So Berry will finish 36th And Kyle Larson will finish 37th as he did surpass J.J. Yaley, who had DNF'd after him. Again, Larson was in the pits for an extended period of time following the lap 4 crash before returning to the racetrack just after lap 160. Can the JGR Toyotas of Bell and Hamlin withstand a long run? If we do get a long run this time, they've struggled the most on that area of the racetrack. Bell was outside the top 20 all day before the field flipping during the caution in the middle of stage 2, which took place in the middle of green flag pit stops. And Denny Hamlin, who started up in the top 10, had faded pretty early in the race to right around 20th place, and also a beneficiary of the field flipping, which has led him to run top 3 really ever since. Tyler Reddick to 4th on the restart after getting by Joey Logano. Trade of 1 position over the other for Bell over Hamlin as well. And pretty much 1 or 2 spots gained for a lot of drivers through the field. No significant gains in the positioning order. Significant losses. Austin Hill lost 11 positions, falling from 19th to 30th on the restart. 5 spots lost for John Hunter Nemechek. 4 for Bubba Wallace. Ty Dillon out of the top 10 now after losing 3 positions. And that's about it. We haven't had a NASCAR on Fox crank it up yet today. We've had a lot of green flag racing, just haven't had to crank it up. If we get to that, I'll let you listen in. I don't think we got it at Martinsville last week either, because I mentioned throughout the course of that race that we didn't get it, and I don't think we did. It's final 50 or 60 laps or so. I mean, at this point, we've seen so much of the race, I'm here for history. And I want to see William Byron make history and lead every lap. Because we have not seen that in a very long time in the NASCAR Cup Series. And we've seen more dominant cars in recent years in NASCAR than Byron has in comparison to the rest of the field. But there's been 0 mistakes from the team, from the driver, on a very difficult racetrack, might I add. The cautions have fell his way for sure in the middle going to the race, but he's had a fast car to maintain, if not obviously one of the fastest cars on the field. I mean, he's definitely had the top 2 or 3 fastest cars all day. And because we haven't seen him out of the lead, it's tough to tell for sure how fast he is if he falls to a 2nd or 3rd. Would he ever get the lead back? We haven't had to worry about it. It still might not have to worry about it as we get into the closing going of the race. Now, if it does go green to the end of the race, we will have to pit at least one more time. They cannot make it on field to the end from here, or obviously from that last restart, which took place at 88 laps to go. We've gone 9 laps into this green flag run. And about 5 or 6 laps on tires before that, prior to the Josh Berry incident. Byron's got the fastest lap of the race, so a max points day could be 61 points. I don't believe anybody has gotten both stage wins and the race win, at least in the Cup Series so far this season, on top of having the fastest lap. And that fastest lap, again, was on lap 2, which I kind of figured that was going to stay. I mentioned that very early in the race when he put that fast lap down, because in the Xfinity race yesterday, Taylor Gray, who didn't have one of the fastest cars in the race, ran his fastest lap in the fastest lap of the race overall in lap 3 when he had cleaner air at the front of the field, green racetrack. And with as low grip as it is, definitely haven't seen that lap time be beat up to this point. We've seen drivers run their fastest laps of the race recently. That last restart, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, they all ran their fastest lap at lap 2:03. Same for Ty Gibbs, but 29.5s, 29.7s compared. And last time by, he was a little over a 10th quicker than second place Christopher Bell. And Bell's got almost a second gap over Hamlin as well. We know Hamlin to be good on the long runs usually, but that has not been the case for JGR today specifically. Joey Logano's had good long run speed because he was hovering around 10th for most of the race. but he doesn't have anywhere near the speed of Blaney on the long runs. And Blaney's obviously still back in traffic. He's up to 11, 3 positions gained from the restart. 2 restarts ago, he was in 16th. And he should be able to easily get back in the top 10 before we would have any sort of pit stops going on. And if we get another set of pit stops, is Byron going to catch another timely caution? I have Bell twice on the list scrolling. Oh, at the top of the screen. Let me check that out. Where did I flub it? Is it in the points? No, it's not the points. Oh, on the wins. Whoops. Who am I missing? Byron, Hamlin, Barry, Bell, Larson. Well, it took most of the race, but I got it fixed. Thank you for that, Patrick. I was missing Larson on our wins list. Last person to do this was Yarborough. What year was it where Cale would have led every lap in the race? NASCAR's version of a shutout. I hope he does it just for history's sake at this rate. And I predicted him to win, so morally, it'll feel like a moral victory for myself, even though Ryan Blaney has had their team shoot them in the foot yet again. Pit road, multiple occasions today. Byron, hands down, has had the best car for the first 30 laps of a run, though. That's not arguable. Blaney has managed his tires better, but he just hasn't had the track position to try to capitalize, off of that. And we've really only seen 2 green flag runs of around 50 laps the entire race. And again, both times he's been back half of the top 10 on the restarts. He's up to 9th. He got by Eric Jones and Ty Dillon during this last commercial break. We'll take a quick break of our own, and you'll get to listen into the live FS1 feed here for a little bit again.
29 and a Buffalo 351 Cleveland. Why'd you put your seatbelts on? Why did you not put seatbelts on? Big old 3-inch belts.
Hey, they were so old. Look, we were pulling and couldn't get them loose. Finally figured it out.
William Byron, your leader for all 222 laps. His teammate Alex Bowman, though, has been in the wall and just came around. Slowly got back to pit road. He was in 8th place when that happened.
It was one of our don't haves.
Enough to replacing its own leak in the right rear. We all know that.
Chase Elliott's up in the top 10.
That's puts you behind the 8 ball pretty bad.
$70 to go. Can William Byron hold on to match Jeff Burton's September 2000 race at Loudon, New Hampshire Motor Speedway?
I forgot about that one.
300 laps.
I forgot about that.
That particular day that Burton won that race in New Hampshire, they actually put restrictor plates on the car back in 2000. NASCAR, unfortunately, we'd had some accidents during that time that had taken the lives of some of the drivers, and they put restrictor plates on the car up there that day, and Burton led every single lap.
A couple of best friends going at it here, and racing hard for 8th place. Chase Elliott holds on to the spot from Ryan Blaney. There is 68 to go. What are we looking forward to?
Yeah, Mike, and that could be the difference if William Byron leads every single one of these laps, because we're closing in on green flag pit stops. Remember what happened in stage 2 with some coming a little early, some going to try to split it right down the middle when that caution came out. I'm going to say probably in about 10 to 12 laps, you're going to see some drivers hitting pit road, but I would say the sweet spot is somewhere around lap 240 to 245.
Sorry.
How about yours?
25th, Austin Dillon, Shane Van Gisbergen. And to Richard Petty's point, there's battles all around this racetrack. There's no way TV could show them all at once. Like Richard said, you got to come buy a ticket.
Yeah, we talked about this last week during the race. The mid-pack racing to the back is always way more difficult than it is up in the front. You're always fighting for your life in the back of that, in the middle, in the back of the pack.
Kevin, let's go back to that long run that we had earlier in the race, right? We saw those Gibbs cards, the 20 card in particular, Christopher Bell, really start to fall off somewhere around that lap 36 lap into the run. That's pretty much where we're at. We need to start paying attention here. Bell, Hamlin, Reddick, remember him, Busher, those guys really came on and took care of business on that backside of the room.
Well, when you look at these laps right here, the leader ran 31:36, Bell 56, Hamlin is 60. So, I mean, the leader is, William Byron has just been lights out today.
He's got a 3-second lead again.
The class of the field right now. I think that the big challenge that we've seen if these runs go really long is when he gets to the back of the traffic and has a couple of cars that really challenge him, like we saw in that first stage with Christopher Bell and Chase Briscoe.
Byron Chevy, the only bow tie in the first 8. 3 Toyotas right behind him, Bell, Hamlin, Reddick. Logano is the first Ford in the race in 5th, with Busher in 6th and Blaney in 8th in the blue ovals. There's Joey's Mustang. We're only 11 days away from the 61st birthday of the Ford Mustang, April 17th, 1964. That big celebration last year for the 60th and a big commemorative model 60th anniversary Mustang in showrooms.
And you see right there, the McDonald's car of Tyler Reddick just right up against the fence. And that, at this point of the race, when you're fatigued and it's a warmer day than you've had to deal with, as we see Ryan Preece coming to pit road.
So this will begin the green flag pit stops. Larry, in that last green flag cycle, William Byron was not drawn to pit road by the cars that pitted early. They broke that stage right in half. You think they do the same here and just wait it out?
That's a lot of laps, Mike, because splitting it right in half is about 13 to 14 laps from right now.
Wow, that is a long time.
Well, let's go back to that. They obviously got the caution, right? Changed that strategy, or the strategy anyway, took it out of the equation. That is a lot tougher decision now.
Long stop for Ryan Preece, and he finally gets away. Look, close to 15 seconds there. Not sure what happened.
I don't know, Kevin. I think I want to, now that I've done this and I could maybe lead every single lap of this thing, I might stay a little closer to, especially when you know how good that car is against the competition all the way through the run, not only on the front side, the long run as well.
I think Byron has about a 3.3 second lead, so he's got a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of time to give if those guys pit before him. And we saw earlier, he never even had to get to pit road. But with the speed and the lead that he has, he can wait for a lot of these guys to cycle through, and he's still going to have the advantage because he's going to wait longer. He's going to have fresher tires. He can make sure that the caution doesn't come out. Nothing crazy happens to,
Makes that decision easier, doesn't it?
And nothing crazy happens to a race that he's dominated.
A couple other news items this week. Steve O'Donnell promoted the president.
Yeah.
NASCAR. Steve Phelps elevated the commissioner. Now, NASCAR had commissioners before, beginning with Cannonball Baker, but that position is now called the final appeals officer. This is the first time NASCAR has had a full-time commissioner in charge of strategy and development. So congratulations to both of them.
Now you're starting to see a lot of hear the chatter on the radio. Seeing a couple of these guys starting to come to pit road now. So this strategy is going to get scattered here. But like Larry said, that is a long ways to go.
John Hunter Nemechek comes in for his green flag stop. That Shane Van Gisbergen was in as well. but not much activity among the leaders just yet.
Yeah.
It's like we saw in that first run. One of those ones that I left off that list was Ryan Blaney. Him, Busher, those guys drove to the front, ran those Byron even down. Reddick, his teammate Wallace, those guys were really, really good in the last, say, 10, 12, 15 laps of that run.
Yeah, and we'll see what the lap time is as Ryan Blaney comes by. This time he had to make a pass. So the next lap will be a true judge of what that lap time is. But we were seeing 2-3 tenths of a second faster, just like we did earlier in the race when we had those super long runs. So
When William Byron got in traffic and they couldn't get around those the lap cars, they caught him 8 tenths. It was a second one lap. That's what you came for. Here comes. If you're gonna beat the 24, you better do something different than the 24.
Good point.
But to Kevin's point earlier, they've got such a lead on the competition here. They can kind of sit back a little bit and watch what these guys are doing. Have an educated decision here.
Regan?
Like you see Joey Logano on the right side of the screen hitting the road right now. The runs tight in turns 1 and 2. They've been working on that for a couple runs now, but just like many of the cars out there, it just swings too free for him. You'll see when he gets down here in a moment, it'll be 4 tears.
and when these cars swing free, there is just absolutely nothing you can do about it other than slow down and just run the pace that right rear tire has no tread left on it, and it just immediately flips like a switch. And
Well, if you don't, you'll be in the wall.
that's right.
You have to slow down, keep the car underneath every racetrack.
Sadie Smith on pit road. He's had good run today for front row. And Tyler Reddick, first of our top 5 cars to come in. Jamie?
Today, they've been pretty happy with the car. Hasn't said a whole lot. He's been quiet today. Nice top 5 effort. They were really confident coming in with what they have for their just 4 tires for the that's for Reddick.
Like its pit sign, it's a day glow yellow, and it's the Michael Jordan Jumpman logo. Can't miss that.
Okay, I think that's Busher coming off pit road right now. That's one of your hitters. That's a top 5 car. Now we're starting to see the conversation of who can put some pressure on the 24 car and what they'll do about it.
Riley Herbst in and out. Noah Gregson is in. Busher positioned for 4 tires and fuel. Ross Chastain joins him on pit road.
And I don't think that even Busher with where he was. I mean, he was somewhere around 8 seconds behind. That still doesn't put a lot of real pressure on William Byron. I think that.
Well, that's just his radar, right? That's who's on his radar.
Right. And keeping track of it.
The other car is that 20 car, Christopher Bell on pit road now.
Jamie?
20. They told me they were tight and slow on Saturday. They made a bunch of adjustments. You see another chassis adjustment there. They got all on the 24 tires. Well, for Bell.
AJ Allmendinger, Ricky Stenhouse, Eric Jones, all on pit road. Pit sign is out for Chase Elliott.
Oh. Another Darlington stripe.
Green flag pit stops. First 15 cars have yet to pit. 50 laps to go.
Here we go. Leader on pit road.
William Byron comes in, brings it to the attention of his Henry Flores.
Well, he's not going to lead every lap now. Denny Hamlin.
Cody Ware just ahead of him coming down pit lane. And here's Regan.
Well, Mike, just like Flint and Kevin were talking about up there in the booth, Rudy Fugo was coaching his driver about the gap that they had and that they could dictate when they wanted to pit, and they had a couple laps to spare. But his car did, just like it did the previous run, got to a certain point, and it was extremely loose. And he came on the radio and was very vocal about how loose it was getting each of those laps.
And Rick Gillen, Ty Dillon on the in-kit last lane. Denny Hamlin is the new leader for Ryan Blaney.
Hamlin's probably going to split it in half with 44 to go, if I had to guess.
Briscoe on pit road.
And see right there, Christopher Bell has gone by William Byron. So they waited just a little bit too long and actually have lost this, what will be for the lead right there with Christopher Bell. So now we're going to see what William Byron has. He's going to at some point have to go by Christopher Bell to get this lead back.
So Bell's got 242, Byron at 244. So 2 laps more. Those fresh tires gave Christopher Bell that advantage.
Okay, here comes Hamlin and Blaney both.
So the 2 leaders, Hamlin and Blaney, peel off. That leaves Suarez, Wallace, and Haley as the cars that have not pitted. Kyle Busch gets his service done. He's gone. Blaney's crew finishing up 4 tire change, but Wallace hit it in. And that'll leave just Suarez and Haley on the racetrack. Regan.
Like Denny Hamlin hits pit road for his 50. His final pit stop was actually very pleased with the car the entire run. Did 108 changes and no complaints out of the 11.
But Wallace into his stall. Hopefully for the final time today. As they come around to the left side.
Yeah, and as we see Tyler Reddick right here, he's actually going to be the guy that's going to be in front of both Christopher Bell and the 24 car of William Byron. So this is all about the timing of when they come to pit road and how many laps and time that you lose on the racetrack. So these guys have put William Byron in a position that he hasn't been in all day, and that's to run in traffic and have to get by both of these cars for the lead.
So Tyler Reddick, the leader, was 4 seconds behind Byron before pit stops in 4th place. Now he's out front.
Larry, had it been a slower stop for the 24 car, he gave up a lot of track position and only gave up 2 laps. He had a lot to be able to ride in his back pocket for insurance, but you see the 20 car ahead of him.
Yeah, the 24 car was a 10.4. The 20 car was a 10.02, and just to throw in Reddick was the slowest of the 3 at a 10.7. The big difference, part of it could be getting on and off pit road, but the big difference is the number of laps that they pitted early.
So Reddick, he's spotted him 4 laps, right? He's pitted 4 laps before they did, 2 laps on Buscher to Byron.
Correct.
So Justin Haley just completes his pit stop. That leaves only Austin Dillon on the racetrack in 6th place. Everyone else has made the green flag stop. 43 laps to go. Leader Reddick over Lagon and Bell.
All right. Can Tyler Reddick hold on with the pit strategy? He's cycled out to the lead, and he's got a 3.9 second advantage over Joey Logano in 2nd. Christopher Bell is 3rd, William Byron 4th, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Austin Dillon is in 6th, has yet to pit. Ryan Preece in 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Denny Hamlin 9th, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. Michael McDowell in 11th, also has yet to hit pit road. Ty Gibbs is 12th, Zane Smith 13th, Ryan Blaney 14th, and Noah Gragson 15th. Eric Jones 16th, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Kyle Busch 18th, Austin Cindric 19th, and 20th is John Hunter Nemechek. Todd Gillen 21st, 22nd Ty Dillon, Shane Van Gisbergen 23rd, Austin Hill 24th, last car in the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 25th, Chase Briscoe 26th, Daniel Suarez 27th, 28th for Cole Custer, Bubba Wallace 29th, and Cody Ware in 30th. Justin Haley 31st, Riley Herbst 32nd, Carson Hocevar 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, Alex Bowman 35th, had to change a toe link on pit road, so he's on the track but 16 laps down. Josh Berry wrecked out 36th, Kyle Larson back on track after wrecking in lap 4 is 37th, and JJ Yeley out of the race 38th. So that rounds out our 38 car field. Again, just about 40 laps to go, 39 now, under the full screen commercial break on FS1. 2 lead changes in the race, both during green flag pit stops. Again, Tyler Reddick has cycled out in front. Denny Hamlin was able to lead for a little bit. William Byron has led 243 laps, the first 243, before finally losing the lead for the first time. And after where Denny Hamlin had cycled off pit road, he is now 8th. Was one of the last cars to hit the pits. He led for 4 laps. And Tyler Reddick, who again still paces the field for the moment, has led the last 6. 40 laps spent under caution with the 7 cautions total in the race. Just under 3 hours to get to where we're at right now with just over 35 to go. You're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400. We'll take you to the finish here on the channel. Does Bell need to come in? Nope, everybody's going to be good on fuel to the end. No more pit stops if it stays green. If we do catch any cautions, then we will see some pit stops happen. With the laps led for William Byron today, he is now the driver who has led the most laps of any driver so far this season. Over 350 laps led on the year. Hamlin leading 4 laps has also eclipsed 300. He'd be at 302. Obviously, most of his laps led coming last weekend where he led over 200 laps at Martinsville. Byron is still not yet past Christopher Bell. He's gotten to within a couple car lengths of him. Both Bell and Byron got by Joey Logano, who was the very first car into the pits. Logano had 4 lap older tires than Bell, 6 older laps on Byron. And so he's fading just a bit. Can the 24 pass the 20? Bell ran the Xfinity race yesterday, led some laps, qualified on the pole, but was never really in great contention for the win in the final stage. A runner-up last week, 3 wins already on the season. He's looking at 5 top 2s in the first 8 races. Even if Byron gets around him and they're able to cycle up towards the front of the field, they're still 6 seconds off of Tyler Reddick in that 45 car. Reddick's pace has been pretty good on the front side of this run, all things considered. His lap time at that last lap was actually quicker than that of William Byron, even on about 4 lap older tires. Reddick is pushing hard, but is he pushing too hard? Can he manage his tires on the long run? 45 looked like he was the only driver that had anything for the 20 on speed. Lost track position after a slow pit stop and a not so good restart in the early going of stage number 3. But now here he is in the lead, short pitting and trying to hold on. And after Byron dominated the day, it might be the strategy in stage 3 that could kill them and their chances of winning. Because 6 seconds is going to be a lot to overcome with just over 30 laps to go if Reddick's car doesn't fall off a cliff at some point in the final 10 to 15 laps. And it's probably going to have to fall off a cliff even before that. At least before 10 to go. 10 laps left. If he's still 6 seconds back, that's just too far. Byron's within 2/10 on Bell, and he definitely needs to make quick work of Christopher. Quicker he can get by the 20, the more clean air he can get on the nose and try to click away laps to try to get to the lead. Almost got into Bell up off the exit of turn 4. That was a close call. Bubba Wallace on slightly fresher tires just behind the 2 of them. Sit back for a moment, let these 2 battle it out for a second before trying to maybe attempt to make a pass. Wallace had to make an unscheduled pit stop. He had gotten up against the wall at one point after he had left pit road, and I think he ended up having to come back down, maybe cut a tire, and that's why he's outside the top 30 when he had ran in the top 5 for most of the first half of the race. And now he's not going to waste any more time. He's going to get by Byron, and he should get by Bell pretty easily also. I don't even know if he's going to be able to clear the 24. It's definitely holding Byron up. Walsh trying to make that pass, but then Bell's going to get held up next. Remember that Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney were the last 2 cars to hit pit road. Trying to split this final stage more in half than any of the other drivers. They're 6th and 7th, and just over 11.5 seconds off the lead as they battle each other for 6th. The last lap, Hamlin ran a 31.382. It was about a 10th quicker than Reddick. Ryan Blaney was about 4/10 quicker than Tyler Reddick that last lap, as he closed the gap pretty quickly on Hamlin. I don't know that 4/10 is going to make up 11.5 seconds, though, in 29 laps. I mean, it would mathematically, but I don't think that pace is going to keep up. At some point, those tires are going to get closer and closer to evening out with the 45. I'm not sure exactly how many more lap pressure tires these two have versus the 45 car. It's probably close to about 10. And definitely hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 28 laps to go here at the Darlington Raceway and the Goodyear 400. And it looks like FS1 will be headed to another commercial break side by side this time. We'll go through the full field running order once again. Again, a 6.2 second lead for Tyler Reddick over Christopher Bell. William Byron's in third, Joey Logano fourth, Chris Buescher fifth, Denny Hamlin in sixth, Ryan Blaney seventh, Chase Elliott eighth, Ty Gibbs ninth, and Ross Chastain is in 10th. Ryan Preece 11th, Zane Smith 12th. Check that now. Kyle Busch is up to 12th. Ryan Preece is 13th. Noah Gragson 14th. Eric Jones 15th. AJ Allmendinger 16th. Austin Cindric in 17th. 18th for Todd Gilliland. Michael McDowell 19th. Ty Dillon 20th. Daniel Suarez 21st. Shane Van Gisbergen in 22nd. John Hunter Nemechek last car in the lead lap in 23rd. Chase Briscoe lap down 25th rather. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 24, just ahead of him. Then Briscoe 25th, as I mentioned. Bubba Wallace is in 26th. Cole Custer 27th. Justin Haley 28th. Austin Hill 29th. Austin Dillon 30th. Cody Ware 31st. Riley Herbst 32nd. Carson Hocevar 33rd. Brad Keselowski 34th. Alex Bowman 35th. Josh Berry 36th. Kyle Larson 37th. And J.J. Yaley rounds out our 38-car field. Reddick's lead down to 5.1 seconds. He's got a couple lap cars in front of him. Really struggled getting by John Hunter Nemechek that last lap. And between the last two laps combined, Bell and Byron both closed in just over a second. So definitely going to need that lap traffic to go away from him in these final 25 laps to help him out. But he's got a decent-sized lead. We'll see if he can hold it. 3 times in the 6 next-gen races, Tyler Reddick has finished in the top 3. Looking for number 4 today. Can it be his first win at Darlington? We'll take our final break. You're listening live on KRC to the Goodyear 400 at the Lady in Black. Ryan Blaney with a slide job, going to get by Chris Buescher. He also passed Denny Hamlin during the said commercial break. Blaney moves into 5th, looking for his first top 5 at Darlington in his NASCAR Cup career. Blaney now has cut his deficit to less than 8.5 seconds off the lead. And he is the quickest car on the racetrack still. I want to see what this next lap is going to be. Denny Hamlin also got by Chris Buescher for 6th, right after Blaney had got by him. Because he was a little bit quicker than Reddick, even with making the pass on the 17 and the 11. And now he's looking for a pass on Logano, so this lap isn't going to be the greatest either, but he's going to move up to 4th. Ryan Blaney on the move with 23 laps to go. Denny Hamlin just behind him, but no longer the front runner of those 2 cars that ended up pitting at the same time at the midway point in this final run of the checker. We restarted with 88 laps to go. And these two pit right exactly at 44 to go, splitting it in half. Some of the early front runners pitted with more 53, 50 to go in the stage. So a little bit quicker on the back half of the run. On top of that, Blaney has had the fastest long run car today anyway. So this is only going to further that on the speed side of things, but I still think he's too far back with not enough time to get there. He's close enough to get to 2nd if he can keep this lap time up, and there's still a 5-second gap between Reddick and Bell in 1st and 2nd. I mean, Reddick's car is probably going to have to fall off a cliff for Blaney to pull this off. And same for, obviously, Bell and Byron to have a chance as well. What a call in that 45 team. Just pitting a couple laps early. I'm not sure what their deficit was to the 24 when they hit pit road, because I think they were in 4th. I'm pretty sure it was Byron, Bell, Hamlin, and then Reddick was 4th. It had to have been at least 6 seconds. Maybe not quite that far back. It was over a 3-second gap back to Bell, and Bell cycled out in front of him on 2 laps. Another 2 laps before that, 4 laps. I mean, it was probably 6 seconds. Double the time for double the laps. And again, he's only lost about a 1.5 seconds since leaving pit road. And we've already clicked by about 25 laps since the green flag pit stops took place. Blaney's down under 7 seconds off the lead, though. He is moving. Does he have enough time? I think Blaney might be the guy to beat now. 6.7. 6.6 in closing. Blaney riding the wall through 3 and 4. That, I think, is going to be the race. Assuming that the 12th can get by the 24 and the 20 quick enough, the race looks like it might be between Reddick and Blaney. I think Blaney's going to need Reddick's car to fall off. He's within a second of Bell for second, half a second back to Byron in third. That last lap, Blaney ran a 31.442 to the 32.0 for Reddick. He's moving. Well, my pick was William Byron, but my pick at heart is my favorite driver, Ryan Blaney, so I kind of hope he pulls this off. I got 2 horses in the race by technicality. Some might say that's cheating. They're both having good days. They're 3rd and 4th. Byron's still slightly closing on Bell, but he just hasn't been able to pounce. Now he's going to try it. Deep dive into the corner for Byron. Blaney, the same thing, but Blaney gets it to stick more in the center of the corner. Byron gets real loose off turn 4, and Blaney's underneath him for 3rd. 15 laps to go this time by. Blaney with the slide job is clear in the middle of 1 and 2, and now he'll attack on Bell, 5.5 seconds off the lead. That 12 car is just able to roll the center of the corner so much more. And he's pulled Hamlin. He's a second ahead of the 11 car. Ryan Blaney driving the wheels off that thing. Into 3 and 4 to the bottom of the track. Well below the hashed white line on the inside, and he clears Bell. Blaney is up to second, 5 seconds off the lead with 14 laps to go this time by. I mean, he got by the 20 and the 24 as quick as he could have. 1 lap per car, both in 3 and 4s where the passes were made. Keeping his hope alive to try to get his first win of the season. After 3 straight DNFs with very fast race cars at Phoenix, Vegas, and Homestead. Led over 140 laps at Homestead out of 267. And kind of like Byron today, leading a large majority of the race. Falling behind on strategy a bit. Granted, it was the engine failure for Blaney, but he did fall behind on strategy at the end of stage 2. With the same strategy that he's using right now to try to win this race that Hamlin and Larson did to win stage 2 on Blaney at Homestead by pitting more towards the midway point in the stage. And don't go in as early as the other drivers. Obviously, when doing that, not only you're able to gain time on the back half of the run, especially if you have a good long run car like Blaney does, but also, if a caution comes out, then you already have the lead. Lead is 3.7. There's a lap car right in front of the 45. There's several lap cars that Blaney's going to have to catch as well. But we've already seen Blaney's been able to pass cars with these. And those aren't even lap cars he had to pass. He had to pass the 2nd and 3rd place cars. And the closer he gets to that 45 of Reddick, will Reddick maybe make a mistake and lose even more time? Like we saw from an Alex Bowman at Homestead a couple weeks ago when Kyle Larson was running him down. Similar racetrack, riding the wall most of the way around the corner. Reddick's line actually in the middle of turns 1 and 2 that last time. Started up near the wall in the first half of the corner, second half turned down to the bottom, trying to get maybe some clean air in the nose with all the lap traffic on the high side. Blaney has to run all the way below the white line on the inside of 3 and 4 as he passes the lapper of Michael McDowell. Things are heating up late. 3.1 second difference with 11 laps to go at the line between the 45 and the 12 at the front of the field. Last lap, Blaney was only a 10th quicker, but again, he had to pass Michael McDowell. He's still got 4 more lap cars between himself and Reddick. Now the distance is 2.8 into 3 and 4. Blaney goes all the way down below the hash line. Reddick in the wall off turn 4. He's going to lose more time. Reddick scraped the wall as he's trying to go for all he can in these closing laps, and he lost at least 2/10 down that front straightaway. Can't do that again. That's going to give the 12 even more of a shot. Ryan Preece, Phil Ford, just going to get out of the way, make Blaney's life easy. Blaney can go to the outside. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson are the last two cars for Reddick. This is a tough spot for Bubba to be in because he's a teammate of Reddick, but he's a best friend of Ryan Blaney. Do you help your teammate or do you help your best friend? Oh, Blaney driving the wheels off of it too. He slipped up in 1 and 2. He drove in on the bottom that time, trying to get clean air on the nose rather than the top near the wall. He still gained time on Reddick, but not as much as what he was the couple laps before that. Reddick riding the wall all the way through 3 and 4. We might be setting up for a classic Darlington finish after all here today. Blaney got to get by Wallace, hand out the window. It seemed like Bubba might have pulled out of the way off 4. 2-second lead with 8 laps to go. Hamlin is up to 3rd. He got by both Bell and Byron recently, but he's 6 seconds off the lead, 4 seconds behind Blaney. Ryan Blaney by far has been the quickest car on the track in the back half of this green flag run to the end of the race. Reddick against the wall again in 3 and 4. Second time he's hit it in the last several laps. 7 to go at the line. Ryan Blaney was 7/10 quicker that last lap. That was a lot of time lost for Reddick when he got into the wall again. That's 2 times in about the last 4 laps in turns 3 and 4 where Reddick has scrubbed the fence. Quite literally this time. Blaney on the wall. He's not close enough to be in the dirty air behind Reddick yet. Then we'll probably start to see him move down to the bottom. Oh, a couple tenths quicker again for the 12 that last time by. 6 to go. He gets to him with 3-4 laps to go. He doesn't have to press too hard to make the pass on the first try, and he can really take his time. And he might even get there before that. Big run for Blaney off turn 2, and now he goes to the bottom. Through 3 and 4, Reddick up on the wall. Reddick gases her up. He'll carry the momentum, and he's in the wall again. 3rd time Reddick has hit the wall in the last 5 to 6 laps. And here comes Blaney into turn 1 now within 2 car lengths and closing. Reddick tries to block the outside as he gets loose. Blaney cuts to the bottom. Reddick blocks there off turn 2. And Blaney's taking his time. He's got a faster car. And we'll see if he can get him on the other end of the track in 3 and 4. Reddick near the wall again. Blaney dive bombs below the hashed white line. 4 laps to go this time by. Reddick holds on for at least another lap. This time he keeps it off the fence. Protects the bottom down the front stretch and angles his corner off now into turn 1. Blaney to the bottom of the track in 1 and 2. Side by side for the lead. Blaney slides up. He gets into Reddick. Reddick kept it off the wall, but he had to lift. No, now he's in the wall. Oh, and Larson gets wrecked by Wallace. And the caution's out behind him. Oh, my gosh. What happened there? Did Larson check up for Reddick getting into the wall, and that's how Bubba Wallace got into him? Oh, my goodness. 4 laps to go. The caution is out. Larson's car is destroyed again. Oh, that is not what you wanted to see if you're a Ryan Blaney fan. Just got to the lead. Less than a half a straightaway later, the caution's out. I want to say when Reddick got up against the wall, I'm going to assume that Larson checked up behind him. And then Wallace got into the back of Larson.
See, he's going to slide up and hit the wall. And it's going to be right now. You see 5 checked up. Bubba got the back of him. Well, Larry.
Well, well, well. Now we're going to have pit stops, and Ryan Blaney's pit crew has not been good today. They lost 12 positions on the last caution flag pit stop. They lost 3 on the one before that. And now they come in with the lead late, and they have not been great for most of the season, and especially today. So our 8th caution, this will force us into overtime. Everybody's going to be coming to pit road, I would imagine. We might have some cars try to stay out, but I don't think it's going to work for them. They're going to have over 40 laps on their tires. Each of these teams have several sets left at the end of the race. And here at Darlington, 40 laps, yeah, you're going to be cooked. Might end up having another caution and restart. Somebody stays out. Bill H., welcome to the stream, as well as anybody else who's joined here recently. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Is this going to be another one that gets away from the 12 team this year? William Byron's had fast pit stops all day today. That 24 team has been firing on the restarts as well. Don't count William Byron out of it from 4th. He's had by far the fastest short run car. If he can gain 2 spots and get to the front row on a restart, I think he's got a good shot of winning this thing still. Pit road should be open this time by. 12 will lead him down. How much damage is on the 45? Are they going to have to take extra time to get the right front tire off, depending on how much damage there might be around the fender? Reddick could lose time.
Pit road right now. Jamie?
Ryan Blaney, one of them. Remember, this team hasn't finished in the top 10 in 5 consecutive races. He has a shot to win this one today. They just told him, bring it down. We need to put 4 tires on. Get that crew, get their focus right.
Come on, pit crew.
2 stops, 4 tires here. Tyler Reddick comes to a stop in his box as well. They'll just take a brief look.
They stumbled.
Sounds like it is. And we'll go up to Regan.
Left front tire changer stumbled a bit.
Car on the radio as soon as the caution came out said,
Yep.
Chris Gale,
it cost him.
What do you need for a short run? And that is exactly what he wanted. That and another
front tire changer stumbled on the 12.
20 lead left.
You gotta be kidding me, man. Oh my gosh.
That's it. This crew, they were on it.
The front tire changer in Blaney's pit crew, it looked like he stumbled as he was trying to finish getting the left front tire on the race car, and they ended up losing 3 positions. Denny Hamlin wins the race off of pit road. Tyler Reddick came off second, net gain of 0 for him. Byron up 1 spot. Obviously, Hamlin up 2. Fast stop for the 11 team. Obviously, the mistake from the 12, but they beat the 45, who they were behind as well. And now Hamlin's got a shot to try to go for back-to-back wins. This could be the 5th win for Joe Gibbs Racing if he can pull it off this season. Hamlin is a 4-time winner at Darlington. He was a 5-time winner at Martinsville last week before winning that one. The only laps Hamlin has led today was during green flag pit stops in stage 3. He led 4 laps before this overtime restart. It'll be Hamlin and Reddick up towards the front, although we'll have to wait for the choose rule to see who exactly will be on the front row. Oh my gosh, dude, this pit crew is so bad for Ryan Blaney. They lost 3 or more positions 3 times on pit road in the second half of this race. I mean, that is just... I feel like it's a different guy every time. It was a Jackman the second time. I don't know who it was the first time. And then the last time it was the front tire changer. I'm just laughing because I'm a Blaney fan. It's like, how many times does he have to have the fastest car in the last stage of a race this season just for the pit crew to let him down? Pit crew or the team. 2 engine failures. The pit crew this week. Unbelievable. Every time they show that replay of the Josh Berry incident, it just looks more and more violent every time. Glad he's okay. Seen a few hits into that inside wall off of turn 2. 2 of them for Larson. 1 of them forcing this overtime restart. Again, this is our 8th caution. With Hamlin winning the race off pit road, this is our 4th lead change of the day. William Byron is led for a bunch. This race is wide open. You would have to think the 2 cars on the front row are the favorites here, but We'll see who's going to be desperate enough to try to send it at the front of the field. I feel like of the drivers at the front, Tyler Reddick is going to be maybe the most aggressive here to try to go for the win. So if there is an incident in the front couple rows on the restart, I'm looking at that 45 car. He did cause an incident already today when he forced Josh Berry up into the wall trying to clear high early. Was not clear. And Berry ended up crashing as a result. Couldn't get out of the gas soon enough. And that was actually the only other caution we saw in stage 3 up until this last yellow, bringing in, again, this overtime. Stay tuned for our post-race following the finish of this race. Hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not done so yet. Live NASCAR commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Overtime is going to be upon us. So Hamlin on the outside will be the control car. Tyler Reddick on the inside. Crowd on their feet. Pace car is already on pit road. How good of a launch can Reddick get down on the bottom? Green flag back in the air. Hamlin goes in the back half of the zone. Great launch for Denny. Byron might be able to get the second on Reddick. He's going to need to if he's going to want a shot at the win. And Byron's had a great car on the short run all day. The quicker he can clear, the better. Bell clears Blaney for 4th. Side drafting for Reddick on Byron, holding him up. Bell looks to the inside 3 wide. Into turn 3 for 2nd. That's really helping Denny Hamlin out. Reddick slides up into Byron. They make contact, but I think Willie B kept it off the wall. And now he's clear off turn number 4, but he lost too much time to the 11. White flag in the air. Hamlin's got an 0.8 of a second lead in turns 1 and 2. Byron's got a short run car, but it ain't that fast. Lost too much time battling with Reddick. Bell going to get by for 3rd place. Off of turn 4. Blaney battles Buescher for 5th. Checkered flag waves, and Denny Hamlin is going to go back-to-back as he steals one at Darlington. 5th career win at the racetrack. And now jumps ahead of Rusty Wallace with 56 career wins in the NASCAR Cup Series. Margin of victory, 0.7 of a second over William Byron. Christopher Bell ends up in 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. Ryan Blaney 5th. After leading going into the overtime and losing 3 positions on pit road. Byron, of course, finishing 2nd after leading 243 laps to start the race today. He had the fastest lap of the race on lap 2. Actually, he set his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. Lap 297. 29.387 for William Byron. So he does have the fastest lap still, but it was actually on the final lap. Hamlin ran his fastest lap on the final lap, but it was still about 0.2 off of Byron. And again, Byron with the win. After the top 5, you got Chris Buescher finishing 6th, Ross Chastain 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th. Kyle Busch sneaks in with a top 10. In 10th, Austin Cindric 11th, Zane Smith 12th, Joey Logano 13th, Todd Gilliland 14th, and Daniel Suarez in 15th. 16th for Ty Dillon, Eric Jones 17th, AJ Allmendinger 18th, Noah Gragson 19th, and Shane Van Gisbergen in 20th. Bubba Wallace 21st, Cole Custer 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th, Ryan Preece 26th. I'm not sure what happened to Preece. He was up in the top 3 early in the day. Cody Ware 27th, Chase Briscoe 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, and John Hunter Nemechek in 30th. Austin Hill, first car lap down in 31st, so 30 cars finish on the lead lap. Carson Hocevar lap down in 32nd, Brad Keselowski 2 laps down in 33rd. Riley Herbst 34, 2 laps down. Alex Bowman 17 laps down on track, finishes 35th. And then 3 DNFs today. Josh Berry, Kyle Larson after the second incident, finishes 37th, and then J.J. Yaley last in 38th. Got to be a heartbreaker for Byron leading as many laps as he did, not getting the win and finishing 2nd. Heartbreaker for Blaney leading going into the overtime pit crew, costing 3 spots, and the veteran Denny Hamlin able to steal the victory here at Darlington.
right here.
8 cautions, 4 lead changes, 45 laps under the yellow. 2 non-cautions for incident at the stage ends at lap 91.85, so 6 cautions for incident, 3 in stage 1, 1 in stage 2, and then 2 of them in stage 3. And we went 4 laps past the scheduled distance, 297 laps of the originally scheduled 400 miles and 293 laps in the race. Margin of victory has actually changed about a half a second between Hamlin and Byron on that final lap. So again, that will be the margin of victory today.
A strong day, not the one they wanted.
No, not at all.
Joe Gibbs Racing, 219th organization, 7 drivers. 5th win this year. 11th win at Darlington for Coach as he debriefs with Christopher Bell, the 3rd place finisher.
Well, think about this. At the beginning of the race, we were talking about a rough day for Joe Gibbs Racing. You look at the end of the day, we've got Denny Hamlin winning, Christopher Bell 3rd, and Ty Gibbs 9th.
Pretty good day. Ryan Blaney shares a laugh with Michael Jordan.
Not as many cheers as he had the week before at his home track.
Still laughs. Regan.
Denny Hamlin scores his 56th career victory, breaking a tie for 11th, or breaking a tie for 11th with Rusty Wallace, Denny. But I got to ask you about that final pit stop. A week ago, you dominate the race. This week, your pit crew gets you out first. Was there ever a doubt in your mind after they did that you were going to win this?
I mean, there's 2 people I really love right now, my pit crew and Kyle Larson. So he had a little assist there, so thank you. But man, the pit crew just did an amazing job. They won it last week. They won it this week. It's all about them. Thanks, Sport Clips. They have such a big deal here in Darlington, South Carolina. Shout out to Gordon and the whole team. We'll see you on Victory Lane.
This is a Carl Edwards throwback. Any backflip for you today?
I'll pass. If Carl's here, he's more than welcome to jump off the car.
Denny Hamlin wins in Darlington. Jamie?
Ryan Blaney brings it home quick there. Ryan, what a battle back. You finally get the lead, and the caution comes out. What goes through your mind at that point?
Oh, no. Yeah, I thought we had the race won, and yeah, so I don't really know. I have to watch the replay of how that yellow came out and watch it back. But we did a good job of great strategy call of kind of running long and giving us time to get down, run down. You know, the 45. A lot of those guys that short pitted. So it's a great call and great car. I mean, great Dutch boy Menards Ford Mustang, just really fast and never really got to control the race. Like I feel like nothing ever really went our way. Like pit road, we got to work on a little bit, and caution coming out during the cycle and set us way back. So like, I feel like we just kept making up spots. But really proud of the 12 folks for giving me a fast car. It just wasn't meant to be. I really wanted and would have liked to have won here. That would have been really, really neat. But yeah. Okay. We'll stack up, I guess. But yeah, just wasn't meant to be, but proud of the efforts, and we'll keep plugging along.
All right, Ryan Blaney and the 12 team gets their first top 10 in the last 6 weeks, Mike.
Ryan Blaney was the show, and he gets his first career top 5 at Darlington today.
Probably not the way he would have liked to have gotten.
Brad Keselowski, what the debris. That was the turning point because Hamlin was 19th when the green flag cycle started. But once he got track position, he kept it all the rest of the day.
Well, his pit crew
5 wins for Joe Gibbs Racing in the first 8 races this year. 3 for Bell. He won 3 in a row. Denny Hamlin back-to-back. Can he go for 3 in a row at Bristol? He won the spring Bristol race last season. He's won at Bristol twice with the next-gen car each of the last 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Denny Hamlin might go for 3 in a row as well. And Joe Gibbs Racing is, I mean, they're hot. They're in fuego. Here's William Byron, who finished P2.
Stops. What do you take away from a day like
to bring that level of effort and you know, preparation and have a car like that, and for us to execute like that, it was looking like it was going to be a perfect race, and we were going to lead every lap. So was really proud of that. You know, those guys just could be aggressive on the other side of the green flag cycle, and we lost control there. And once we lost control, it was too late in the going to kind of get back up there. So yeah, it sucks. I'm sure it'll sting a lot tonight. but there's still a lot of positives. It just it stings in the moment for sure.
William Byron brings it home second today.
Boy, he sure dominated the.
Yeah, dominated. I mean, he led the first 243 of 293 laps today. Won the first two stages, solid points day, obviously, finishing in second along with the two stage wins and the bonus point for having the fastest lap of the race as well, presented by Xfinity. 3 hours, 21 minutes, 13 seconds total time on this one. Again, 4 laps past the scheduled distance. Pre-race predictions, how did they end up? My pick, William Byron to win, finishes second. Obviously, he would have been one of the must-haves. Tyler Reddick was another must-have, ends up finishing in the 4th place position. Had a fast car. Looked like he would have ended up second had we stayed green to the end. Obviously, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but still has a good run. The other must-have was Kyle Larson. Wreck on lap 4. Pretty much knocked him out of it. He got back out on the track, was able to gain a position, and then brought out the last incident. A little bit of a stack up after a car of Reddick got it the wall off of turn number 2. And as a result of that, Wallace into the back of Larson. I would assume Larson probably checked up after seeing Reddick hit the wall, and that's what caused Larson to spin. So win for Denny Hamlin. There's going to be some conspiracy theorists out there that are going to say Bubba Wallace turned Kyle Larson on purpose so Denny Hamlin could win the race. That is not what happened. I'm going to shoot that to bed right now. It looked like there was a stack up. Reddick hit the wall. Larson lifted, and Wallace got into the back of him. I mean, I'm like 90% certain that happened, and the only reason I'm not 100% is because the angle that we had from Fox Sports 1 wasn't the greatest. But had it been maybe an overhead shot or an aerial cam, we might have had a better idea of it. Telemetry will probably tell the fact as well later in the week if we have to see it. But yeah, I'm going to shoot that conspiracy theory down right away. I can already see it on the internet because, the internet's 100%. But that's not the way I saw it. Denny Hamlin, fast picker who gets the dub. Sleeper picks coming into the race today. Chris Buescher was one of which finishes in 6th. The other two did not get a top 10 finish. Bubba Wallace, 21st, was top 5 for most of the first half of the day. He actually had to make an extra pit stop at stage 3. He got against the wall, cut a tire, and so that's why he was a lap down there late. Ended up actually getting the free pass with that last caution coming out. Finished 21st, gained quite a few spots on that last restart. Ended up, 9 spots gained on the last restart? Actually, I don't even think it was that much. I think he took the wave around because technically he would have been involved in the incident, so he couldn't get the free pass, and everybody else behind him took the wave around, so he actually didn't gain any spots on the restart, but still ended up 21st. So not a good finish there. And then Chase Briscoe just didn't have the long run speed. The Toyotas didn't have the long run speed in the first half of the race. Once the 11 and the 20 got track position in the top 5, even though they didn't have long run speed and struggled earlier, Bell wasn't even in the top 25 for most of the first half of the race. Hamlin was around 19th, as Mike Joy mentioned, middle of the race when he had the lug nut caution for Brad Keselowski, cycling him up into the top 5 on the right side of strategy there. Just a lucky timing caution, really. And so, yeah, fortunately, I guess, enough for Denny Hamlin, but unfortunately for Chase Briscoe, he doesn't finish in the top 10. The don't-haves list this weekend, I had Joey Logano, who finished 13th. He does not get a top 10, still sitting at 1 on the year. I was wrong about Ross Chastain. He snuck in there, finished 7th. First spring race top 10 at Darlington for Ross Chastain. He was 0 for his last 3 with Trackhouse. Now he gets 1 today. And then Alex Bowman, who had a broken toe leg after getting against the wall, 35th is where he ended up. So 2 for 3 on that side of things. We'll highlight the Fantasy League before we get out of here. Next, you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website and or the NASCAR mobile app. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. All right. So here on NASCAR.com, you can see the Fantasy tab. It'll be at the top left-hand corner of the screen, and then the slide open tab will be Live, is where you'll want to click on the NASCAR mobile app. And the name of the league that you'll want to join for our league is KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. I'll put that in the chat real quick. And we'll see who won this week. Briscoe did not have a good run on my team. Larson was able to go to the garage early. Reddick, Blaney, Byron, Hamlin. I had 4 guys in the top 5. And then Briscoe was the only guy who did not perform on my team this week. Head-to-head, had Byron over Hamlin. Hamlin beat him, so I was wrong there. 1 spot, Gibbs over Busch. Wrong on that pick. Elliott over Bubba. That was right. Chastain over Logano. So 2 for 4 on the head-to-head. As far as this week's winner goes, Troy the Great with 235 points wins our Darlington Throwback Race Weekend on the KRC League. The Plow V3 in second with 227. 218 points for Monster Jam X10. 215 in fourth was me. And then Chris Kennedy ends up with 212 points in fifth, rounding out our top 5. So congratulations to Troy the Great for winning this weekend in the Fantasy League. Last thing, we just got to go over the start times for next weekend's live commentary streams. It's Bristol, baby. My favorite racetrack. Can't wait for that one. We're going to have Truck, Xfinity, and Cup in action next weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday doubleheader with practice and qualifying for the Cup Series. And we'll start things off on Friday night with the Craftsman Truck Series race, April 11th. 7:30 p.m. start for that truck race, 250 laps. 300-lap Xfinity race will be at 5 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. And I would imagine Cup practice and qualifying will be 3 hours before that at 2 p.m. Eastern. I will clarify that for sure in the community tab once we get later in the week. And then the Cup Series race, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, same start again next week for our pre-race coverage. And then they'll be off for Easter for the Cup Series, so it'll be our last Cup race for live commentary for quite some time. But Rockingham will be a full go during the week of Easter for Truck and Xfinity, but the Cup Series will be off on Easter Sunday. And that'll be their only off week of the season. So again, truck race 7:30 Friday night Eastern time, 5 p.m. Eastern on the Xfinity Series for Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern for practice and qualifying for the Cup Series, also on Saturday afternoon. And then the Bristol Cup race will be 2:30 with our pre-race Sunday. Hopefully you enjoyed today's live commentary stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, everybody. Take care.